Established in 1920 with the name Technische Hogeschool te Bandung, Institut Teknologi Bandung is the oldest technical university in Indonesia. The 3rd of July 2020 is marked as Institut Teknologi Bandung's one-century existence. The establishment of this long-established institution is recorded in history as the founding of Indonesian technical higher education and the pioneer in the advancement of science and technology in Indonesia. Located in Bandung, West Java, Indonesia, precisely on Ganesha Street number 10, ITB currently has 12 faculties, 29 undergraduate programs, 52 master's programs, 26 doctoral programs, and 2 professional programs. Other than campus site located in Ganesha, ITB's campuses are also located in Jatinangor and Cirebon. 39 programs have been international accredited from accreditation boards around the world, namely from the United States of America, ASEAN, Germany, Japan, the United Kingdom, South Korea, and the number of accredited programs is expected to increase in the near future. ITB has been developing its cutting-edge research through the 102 research groups from 12 faculties and schools, 24 centers, 7 research centers, and 5 centers of excellence. To date, ITB has also established 104 startups, 315 intellectual property rights, and 137 innovations. In the spirit of In Harmonia Progressio, ITB alumni have worked and excelled in various fields and sectors. For instance, Insinyur Soekarno as the first President of the Republic of Indonesia, B.J. Habibie as the 3rd President, Iskandar Ali Shahbana as the father of the communication system in Indonesia.
Institut Teknologi Bandung is an adaptive learning organization, providing ideas and experiences, critical and visionary thoughts, accompanied by attitudes that uphold academic freedom in scientific and cultural diversity. In our 100-year journey, ITB has played a significant role in solving local problems while improving its capacity to compete globally. We are keen on continuously improving the quality of education, research, and community services, fostering our role as a locally relevant and globally respected university.
Good morning, distinguished speakers and participants. On behalf of the Faculty of Art and Design, Institut Teknologi Bandung, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this international seminar leading up to the 2021 International Conference on Art, Craft, Culture, and Design, or ICON-ARCCADE. At the 74th session of the UN General Assembly in 2019, UN declared 2021 as the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. The United Nations has prioritized the growth for sustainable economy, especially in developing countries. Thus, put creative economy in the center. Indonesia was one of the main sponsors of the proposal, as it is aligned with the vision of Golden Indonesia 2045. That has been a national priority, and it is translated to 4 pillars. The second pillar, sustainable economy, includes the mission to develop creative and digital economy. The international conference and the preceding seminar are a contribution to this global event and national priority. We are bringing forward several issues that impact the creative economy in relation to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Human Settlement, and Goal 12, Responsible Consumption and Production. Economic growth equal to urbanizations. As cities develop and expand in every probable direction, the question of sustainability rise, and among them is about the material used by citizens in daily life. Cities are full of artificial human-made objects that shape the space and create living experiences. Most of the spaces, and as well as urban cultures and subcultures, grow organically, and despite crisis and scarcity most people thrive. Urban communities no longer gather people from the same geographical context. They also emerge between people with shared values. Nowadays, even more so, due to the cyberspace that push the physical boundaries between cities, nonetheless, the question remains, how can cities and their citizens sustain the rapid growth and ever-changing landscape? What are the roles of creative economy in ensuring their sustainability? The focus on Goal 11 should provide us with knowledge and wisdom on the context of our practice in art and design, not only in the physical form of object and space, but also in the intangible human capacity and community resilience. As practitioners and academicians in art and design, we are at the heart of material productions. So far, the idea of creative economy has continued towards the same scenario that does not truly go hand in hand with the concept of an environmental sustainability. Over the past decades, we have witnessed various efforts to overcome this problem from different angles, from engineering to anthropology. To step back, we might ask, what if we approach the problem differently? What if rather than thinking about solutions, we explore the tools that we have within the field of art and design? Thus, Goal 12 should give us insight into how we can become and generate responsible actors to contribute into a better and more sustainable ways of producing and consuming. On top of that, we currently are facing a great transformation in our society. COVID-19 pandemic leading to the economic crisis has forced people to find ways to survive and shape new form of living. Amid the disruption and destruction caused by conditions, incredible human resilience has led to a resurgence of community spirit and localism, creating unique sense of unity. This, of course, gives us sense of hope and that we are going toward a meaningful directions. Drawing on the challenge and potentials, we propose a theme for this international conference and seminar, reinforcing creative economy for sustainable development. The pre-event seminar aimed to discuss and elaborate the theme by inviting renowned experts and organizing it into two plenary sessions. The first sessions cover the topic of sustainable social change through disruptive design and creative economy. The second sessions will be on the exploration on the role of art and design in reinforcing sustainable creative economy. The closing remarks at the end of the seminar should give us a clearer trajectory on how to elaborate on the theme for the second ICON-ARCCADE in 2021. As a Dean of a Faculty of Art and Design, Institut Teknologi Bandung, I welcome all those who are here to participate in these discussions and to contribute to the international conference next year. It is my personal hope that the shared conversation during these events will inspire all of us to use our knowledge, skills, and experience to impact on art, craft, culture, and design research and praxis at local, regional, and hopefully global event. Thank you.
Earthquake West Sumatra, post-earthquake Lombok, post-tsunami Banten, and is currently running a mitigation project with LPPM and Bandung Mitigasi Hub, along the Lembang Fault, West Bandung Regency. Okay, so without further ado, we shall begin the first session featuring Dr. Dinita Larasati, Dr. Leila Ajarolu, and Professor Lynn Capitan. To Ms. Ardana, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to have you here with us in the international seminar leading up to the second ICON-ARCCADE in 2021. We have here our distinguished speakers. So let me brief you to the theme of our first plenary session. So this first plenary session will Sustainable Development Goals. And the second will be Dr. Leila Ajarolu, who will continue this idea of urban habitat and give an overview on disruptive design, changing the system status quo from linear to circular economy. And Professor Lynn Capitan will close the session by sharing with us her knowledge on the principles of sustainable social change that build community resilience and well-being, drawing from her work as a cross-cultural art therapist and researcher involved in hundreds of urban and rural projects directed at popular education and social transformation. So within this discussion, I'm serving as the moderator, and I hope to be able to do it very well. And so first up, we are going to go and greet Dr. Dinita Larasati. Hello, good morning. Butita, as we know her. How are you?
Hello, good, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna read a short bio from Butita. So Tita Larasati was born and raised in Jakarta, Indonesia. She studied industrial design in Bandung, Eindhoven, and Delft with an interest on the subjects of sustainability, exploration on natural fibers, interdisciplinary research, design thinking, community development, creative city, and creative economy. After living for about 10 years in the Netherlands, she returned to Bandung to work as a lecturer and researcher at Institut Teknologi Bandung up to today, something that we are thankful about. And she co-founded Bandung Creative City Forum, or BCCF, in 2008, a community hub that she currently chairs. And in 2015, she co-founded Indonesia Creative Cities Network, ICCN, that has gathered creative communities and local leaders in more than 210 cities from all over Indonesia, and currently holds the position of ICCN Deputy of Strategic Partnership. She chairs Bandung Creative Economy Committee, next to being Bandung focal point for UNESCO Creative Cities Network, UCCN, an advisor for West Java Creative Economy and Innovation Committee, and a member of International Advisory Council for Creative Industry Policy and Evidence Center, PEC, in the UK. She's active in the Indonesian Young Academy of Science, or ALMI, and as a climate leader in the Climate Reality Project, TCRP Indonesia. In her spare time, she creates and publishes her graphic diary, which I think most of you have been known about. Okay. All right, so I am glad to give the floor to you, Butita, when you're ready.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Ari. So it's been a long time since we met each other in person, but I'm really happy to be here. I hope everyone is in good health and keep being healthy all the time.
Yes.
So yeah, if I may start the slide. Despite all the situation, of course, it's a pride in itself to have this event held. So it's a sign that we're still actually moving on despite the situation, because that's what human being is all about, surviving and then surviving in a new way. So we keep inventing stuff. And in this occasion, I would like to actually say a bit about how community initiatives can change situations and even to make recommendations to policy and changing the policies, because otherwise, what you mean by sustainable or going on in your own way would be always temporary, and how would you keep the good things, and how would you select the bad things, and how would you like to go on? So this might be a bit of examples. And if I have the next slide, please. If you see the next in this next slide, you see these numbers, amazing numbers that maybe only Indonesia has as a country. And this number is, of course, it's representing our richness in diversity, in cultures. We have hundreds of languages, hundreds of tribes and ethnic groups, and so on. Of course, it's our own abundant richness, but then it also provides challenges in itself. And if you think about that, we have 17,000 something islands. Not all are inhabited, but at least those that are, how would you distribute the access or the equal access to either basic services, education, technology, and so on? And if you see these numbers, from 270 something million population, most of them are of productive age. So we have this so-called demographic bonus. But then if you don't do anything about them, or you don't really put attention, then there won't be a demographic bonus. There'll be demographic disaster, because then you have to find ways also to be productive in a relevant way. And from all those numbers, 175 something million are having access to internet, and most of them are using it in social media. So if you see that, for example, we have this physical development going on down to the remote islands, to the remote areas that are not yet touched by technology, and then suddenly you have these roads, you have these shops, you have this all this modernization coming in. It doesn't all mean bad things, but then are you also preparing the development not only in physical uh, side, but also in the psychological and social um, aspect? So are they mature enough to receive all these new things, or are they wise enough, and so on? Because nowadays we are having this 21st century technology in our hands, but then that means our mindset should also be set to that kind of new way of thinking. So you don't use it, for example, to have a thinking of selfishness or something. So uh, in a word, that our main challenge keeps being the disparity of people all over Indonesia, and how would you solve that? And here in my presentation, creative economy is offered as one of the solutions. So next slide, please. Now, if we talk about creative economy, then we talk about sometimes these subsectors of creative industries. But actually, whatever it is, they all come from these four basic of development, which is innovation, technology, media, and arts and culture. So if you talk about the result of creative economy products, then products or services, so tangible and intangible, they should always, they must come from all these four basics, because you cannot just chop things apart from being a filmmaker, for being a fashion designer, for being everything is sometimes connecting to each other mostly. And also we like to map the stakeholders of the creative economy, because then all these products cannot be appearing by itself. It should be having this collaboration between among academia, business sector, community, government, and then also media, in the steps that we all can also relate to, which is connecting. So mapping your stakeholders and then collaborating in any way. It can be a product development, it can be a upskilling training, it can be a workshop, and anything. And then commerce and celebrate is when you are ready to show the result of the collaboration. So it can be a transaction, so it's really commercialization of your products, or it can be a festival, it can be a concert, or anything else. So in this way, we keep working and we keep exercising with our abilities. Next, please. And if we look into the numbers of creative economy that was mapped by Beckraft last time, it was published in 2019, but then the numbers were from 2016. So the KPI of Beckraft then was the increase of GDP, increase of workforce intakes, and then export values. And if you see here, the numbers are increasing actually. So in GDP, 7 point something percent from the total of national economy, which is quite high. And then workshop, it still absorbed many. and then also export value is increasing. But then there's these companies, there are 8.2 million creative industries in Java. So it's either they're not detected yet for those who are outside Java, or maybe the numbers are really representing what's happening in reality, or maybe we're using different kind of standards or indexes, so we get these numbers. But in any way, 80% concentrated in one island just show another disparity that we should uh, take as a challenge. Next slide, please. And if we look into creative economy, we are not supposed to look into just one aspect, but it actually comes in an ecosystem. Because if you say only creative industries, then you see only the industry that is tangibly having this kind of transactions. But if we look into the ecosystem, then we should start from the human being itself, because creative economy comes from the intelligence, from the human capacity to create, to imagine, and to really actually work. So this is not really clear on the screen, but if you see the blue circle at the top, that's actually saying human beings. So it's actually human capitals, or the creators itself, or the people who are working in creative economy. And in order to do so, they need whatever their capacity should be built on. So they need maybe education or skill building, or they need space to create. They also need their peers to be able to create, and so on and so on. And after that, they produce the work. So it's either a product or services or system or anything else, which is in the green circle. So if you just create something, but without this economic uh, uh, plan in your mind, then it's not yet creative economy, because then you maybe just make it for your own expressions, or you want to give it to people, and so on and so on. But then once you need to make it into production, then you need all this ecosystem as well. You need manufacturers, workers, materials, and so on. And then if you go to the purple circle, that's the marketplace, or the audience, or those who appreciate your work. And if you hand over your work to them, then you need all these other systems. You need the marketplace, you need communication, you need promotion, you need everything else. And then if transaction happens, then you need all this payment system, and so on. And then going to the orange circle, that's R&D, and that's where you get as the creator, you get this input, or you get this feedback from people who already make more research about it. Maybe it can be in a form of a material exploration, production service, production system, or critics and reviews of your past work. So next work that you make would be based, or would be influenced by all that is coming to you. And this chart is actually an effort to show where government can actually play a role in here, because otherwise um, people have been saying like, okay, with or without government, we keep moving on anyway, or we keep creating things anyway. But then just imagine if the government have the knack to see where they can support this creative economy ecosystem, then the system will go on sustainably. So this is also a point where this chart was created in 2014, where we try to redefine where the government, if they want to put creative economy in a formal form, so systematically within the structure of governance, then which part should they play in? Because otherwise, things will not go as smoothly as expected. Next, please. And this ecosystem, these four lines, if I may offer a model, for example, if we have rattan-based product industries, so we all know that Cirebon is very famous for their rattan products and so on. But then the rattan itself, it comes from Palu, or from Sulawesi, where they grow. So this rattan raw material should be transferred from Sulawesi to West Java, where in Cirebon they have all these workers, factories, craftsmen, to make them into products. But then who design the products? Where does the design come from? So mostly it's from, for example, Bandung, where designers are trained to learn about the material itself and about production processes and so on. So the design come from Bandung, but then the marketplace might come from, they might sell it to Jakarta or to Bali or to maybe abroad and so on. So in this kind of ecosystem, we look into the supply chain, and there's the demand and so on. Yeah, noted. So next, if we want to put it into that model, next please, we have this, yeah, so there's the creator, there's the goods and for services, there's market, and there's R&D. And if you put into next please, to the rotten model, this is what we meant to say, that if you make an intervention to, for example, the R&D, then you have this effort that force the next in line in the elements of the ecosystem, next please, to also increase the ability, increase the skills, next. And then you touch upon the products development, and next you touch upon the widening of the marketplace and so on. So if this happens in many other ecosystem of based on commodities, then we can have a lot of intersection in this. Next, please. And we already tried to implement this in Bandung City, where we know that there are a lot of creative economy potentials. And here we can map if you can see the right hand side, upper right hand side, we use the same chart to map how the creative economy ecosystem in Bandung is created. So by this chart, we can see that, for example, if you have a business in your own area, then you try to sell it outside, while actually there's a marketplace nearby you. And that would reduce, for example, the transport money, the resource expenses, and so on. And who has this kind of insights? It can be this academics and can be the government, who will then be able to make a kind of regulations of on and support on how you can distribute your products and services in a more sustainable way. Next, please. Well, while we're talking about Bandung, and this is how Bandung is, because we are basically very much used to the hospitality business, including fashion and culinary services. So people come to Bandung for these experiences. And we have more than 120 higher education institutions from any level. We have more than 400 vocational schools and so on. And at least from those hundreds of universities, there are 14 that has the majors in design, architecture, culture, arts and craft, and so on. So if you see that every year young people come to Bandung to learn, and they have all these expressions and so on, you cannot avoid the fact that these young people, they would find their own expressions, their own place of expressions, and also they want to gather in a place that fits their lifestyles. They want to gather with the peers or with the friends that they like, and so on. And these young people are actually the ones who create the dynamics of the city. They are the ones who determine how Bandung looks like. And next, please. And they also forms community, and one of them is this Bandung Creative City Forum, which was declared by 45 individuals and communities. And we form ourselves because we thought that, okay, Bandung should be more fun for us to do things around. But then in early 2000, so 2005, 2007, we didn't think that Bandung was accommodative enough for what we need. So that's why we did a lot of prototype making to show the government and to show the people of Bandung that, look, the city can be more present if we do this, or if we created things like this. So next, please. So what we did was a lot of public space interventions, and this was the first that we offered to the city. Like, look, we have this new flyover, and underneath is a very huge space actually. So if you put the Eiffel Tower, to two of them together lying down, that's how the length is. So we then proposed to the government, like, please make use of the land, making it a skating park, futsal park, and so on and so on. But this idea was rejected because there's no money, there's no plan for that, and so on and so on. So we just did our small intervention to this space by making a temporary exhibition place, for example. Next, please. And then we made also a lot of other urban scale prototypes, which we did with our own effort and resources, just in order to show the government that these places can be better, these systems can be better if it works like this and that. And we realized that it's not because they don't have the will, but it's maybe they don't have the capacity or the regulation or whatever that supports this kind of ideas, because innovation is not in the bureaucracy. Then next, please. So these are just examples of what we did since 2008 to today. So we touch upon the rivers, the forests, public transportation, and also the urban kampungs, and so on. Next, please. Including the social experiments. And then the landmarks, this I can tell about later. Next, please. And then also we did this design thinking workshop by involving the municipality staff. So since 2013, we did this annually. So every year we bring up the most urgent things that happens in Bandung that we should find solutions for. So each year we do this consistently. So from 250 about participants, one fourth are always the government employees. So they are the ones who make decisions of how, as a top-down hand, how would you support this kind of aspirations from people and from community. So we've been holding this from 2013 every year, and we will have another one next week. Sorry, in December. And this has been recognized by UCCN as one of the best practices of SDG number 11, because this is like a proof where community can work together with government, and we use design and we use creativity as a way to connect people and policy, people and government, and so on. And if you can see, the ideas that came out from 2013 came into reality by the city government in 2016. So it took them about 2 to 3 years until an idea can happen, a different idea or an innovation in the city can happen at the city level. Next, please. Then also we look into more an intangible way of how people can participate in the city. So we make a lot of urban games, including making children and young children and also youth to get into this kampung and so on, because we want to raise their empathy to the city. Because imagine in 2030, 2050, they will be the ones who will make decisions for the city. So they should have the experience of how the city works in many levels. So in the grassroots levels up to the upper levels. Next, please. And then talking about sustainability, of course, this intervention usually happens temporarily, like in maybe stay for 2 months or 2 weeks. But then how would you keep it on? Because like we're having now in Bandung, when you have a different leader of the city, and if they don't support or they maybe don't think this is important, then we have no I may say that in Bandung now there's no regulation or no support for creative economy because of the changing of the city leader. So that's why we are now working on this bill, creative economy bill for Bandung City, with the purpose of whoever will be mayor, he or she should really always contribute to can I have the next slide, please?
Sorry, Bu,
uh,
you were a bit
yeah,
yeah,
lagging.
the connection was a bit unstable. So
Okay. So what happens in Bandung actually happens in other cities too. So it's not only BCCF, but we also find other communities that also behave the same, which is they're trying to make changes in the city with their own way. So that's why we're trying to connect them. That's how we work, because usually we based on rich and diverse culture. Those are our endless resources for inspiration and creativity, which makes young people realize that this is a shift to renewable resources and creativity and intellectual property actually. And looking at Indonesia's richness also in natural resources, so we have this creativity and tourism based economic activities mostly happening, and these have created in a way human-centered cities. And if I can have the next slide, please. And that's why we have this Indonesia Creative Cities Network, which now connect more than 210 cities and regencies, communities like BCCF. So what we did is actually social innovation, which is based on this kind of urban disruptions and so on. All communities cities that are becoming the members, they all comply to these 10 principles of Indonesia Creative Cities that we are putting in our white paper on Indonesia Creative Cities. We try to adapt these 10 principles into the government's KPI. So also we're trying to help each other with these other cities and regencies, how to actually convince your government that creative economy is actually important, and it's actually an inclusive way to involve people in the city development. Next, please. And by doing so, if you could see on the next left-hand side, our 10 principles is actually complying also to the Sustainable Development Goal, the people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Everything is there, the keywords, I mean. And then we also have the 11 ways to implement them, which we put in this white paper, the orange book in the middle, to communicate to the government how they can actually increase their performance if they implement this kind of 10 principles. And in the end, now what we are still working on is this kind of dashboard, which would help local government to make to as a decision making tool, so they can make policy and regulation based on the creative economy and tourism potentials, and in the real time. So we map the cities not by labeling them as you are a city of design, you're a city of film, and so on and so on, but we look into the cities as a bigger ecosystem, if you remember those chart. So a bigger ecosystem where they can work each other, either based on the commodity or based on the potentials, other potentials that we have in the creative economy. Next, please. This is almost the end of the slides, I think. We have this momentum. Today, we have this year where U20, which is the part of G20 for urban matters, they have this policy recommendation working together with ICCN. Among others, we have this recommendation on inclusive creative economy and the future of work. And next year is the UN Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. This is where people would look into, so what would creative economy do if the development should go like this? And in 2023, Indonesia will lead the G20 and ASEAN. So whatever we decide now will have to appear next in the next years. Next, please. And in this is my last two slides, I think. So in this, as a conclusion, what this policy recommendations say is basically that we who work in creative economy field are having these three traits of uh, power, or this is our characteristic. First is that we have this high order cognitive skills. We always look for innovation and new ways of thinking, new ways of working on things, because we want to be different in a good way. And we have this technology savviness because we already usually very apt to use this technology to deliver products and services and so on. And then the third thing is, if you are usually involved in a community, then you have this characteristic of interpersonal ability to see yourself as a function. So you don't label yourself as I'm a designer or I'm a lecturer, but what do I do in the society? What is my role? And our only challenges is actually the policy that can support that. So in the end, this is my last slide. This is a model of where the human-centered cities or human-centered development takes place. So in this slide, this is an attempt to map the. Can I have the slide, please? Or maybe this is lagging again. This is see, yeah. So this is where the human being, the communities, they should create the occupation for the future. They should create jobs that also involve technology, but also having this inclusivity in mind to reach the sustainable development goal. And now we have the disruption of the pandemic, and we are sometimes in the mitigate phase. You recover, you reestablish yourself, but then sometimes you go back if the virus is not in control yet, and you should grow and sustain. But then you have to really see yourself also within the position of um, the argument is creative economy is the field where you can mostly do this inclusive kind of work, working on technology and seeing it as a connector, not as a divider. And then you can create based on your human minds and ability to imagine, to make things, and to basically be influential to your surroundings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mutita. I can hear claps from the studio here. And so, and that was a very insightful presentation. And I think that's really drawing from your researchers for, over the years since you came back from your studies in the Netherlands, I assume. And I think just to sort of, because we still have some time, and I would really like to just kick off the discussion just a little bit, teasing out in for the Q&A session later. So you were talking about bridging the gap between community initiatives and also policy making, which I think is a really great sort of like context or framework to be able to address the problem to sort of like achieve the SDG 11. And I am wondering, because you pointed out as well, there's the issue of disparity, and perhaps creative economy can sort of bring forward the inclusivity for this community initiatives. But I'm still sort of like, I want to know more, I think, about how you can sort of increase community participation, because that's also, I think, one of the challenges, because like right now, like we can live next to uh someone as a neighbor but not really know the neighbor. So in a way, is it like geographical community that we're talking about, or is it like based on shared values, and like how to increase the community participation in that sense?
Yeah, this comes in different dimensions, because if you talk about creative economy and then you go into creative industries, it's always involving many aspects. So if I may put out examples from Bandung Creative City Forum, usually if we have programs, then, well, using design thinking and seeing the city as an organic entity, not different from a human being. So they also have these points of say potentials that you have to bring up and bring out. And so that's why the design thinking workshop that I mentioned before is called design action, because you have to act instead of just think. So this design action always involve these people from different backgrounds, but to work on the policy that the government give. So for example, the government can give new facilities like, okay, now we do tax online, or now we do the registration of high school students online. But then going online is not always the same for different people. So that's where we invite people who are really at the grassroots level of education, or those who are activists in education, those who are leading a school, so headmasters themselves, and people from the Department of Education, for example. And then they have to work together on how to make this work uh, through design thinking phases, where, as you know, design thinking is it has to put out the empathy, innovation, exploration to yourself and to your own mind. Then I think things can be achieved if you have these examples and pilots that you can experience yourself as a solution.
So more towards like inviting people rather than kind of like campaigning, oh, this is what we do, and more towards
Yeah,
going one by one, door to door, sort of like, hello, would you want to participate in this project? I think that's sort of like the sense, to put it
exactly.
simply, I think. Okay, all right,
Mhm.
there's one more question, if you don't mind, from an audience here in the virtual room. How to engage with the government to understand the importance of community value in creating policies? I think this is like the other hand. So on the one hand, that's sort of like, uh, my previous question was on the community participation. This one is, how to engage with the government to understand the importance of community value in creating policies. Because, like, I think, as you said before, when the head of the government was, the governor or the mayor changed, then they also bring in their own vision into like creating their cities to become more livable. And sometimes the visions or the yeah, they clash with the previous ones, or with the, yeah,
Yeah.
what has been done for the development.
Yeah, the thing is that we have to speak their language too, because I've been learning this years and years, and maybe I'm not into this yet. But then at least we make an effort that what is their interest, because their interest is usually making the programs work and making the budget, whatever they have, is safely spent. So we put out this offer to them that, look, you're the government, but I know that you have to make programs. But then if you we also as community have to understand that they have these terms, time in timing, and also in the amount of budget that they also should strictly obey. uh, and that's the only thing they're afraid of, maybe. So if we can speak their language, and if we can influence, convince them, for example, by adapting what we want, the principles that I mentioned, to their KPI. So we have to know what they want to achieve. So hopefully that can happen because and also by communicating through pilots. So those projects, those interventions to urban space, that it's actually showing them that this can happen if you go through this and this and this procedure, and that actually fits the way you work as a government. So if we try to convince them that, and if they believe that this can happen, of course nobody can easily just grasp that. But then if they do, then you can really get things going.
Yeah. Okay. So I think it's very interesting as well, because then, you know, at one end with the community, if you do have the idea, then you sort of like empathize and also, you know, use their language to invite them in the initiatives. And on the other hand, it's basically the same thing but with like different language that probably the government speaks. And yeah, and I think it also then, you know, highlights the point of collectivism, that these projects cannot be done alone as a sort of like, you know, what just one individual. It needs to be done you know, together with other people that have or share the same vision. You know,
Exactly.
then, you know, like what you sort of like initiated, and then, you know, it makes sense now. I think. Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much for your presentation, Butita, and then we'll be together again in the QA session at the end of the this plenary session. So next up we have Dr. Leila Ajarolu. I'm gonna read her short bio. Sustainability provocateur and cultural protagonist, Dr. Leila Ajarolu challenges people to think differently about how the world works. As an award-winning designer, UNEP Champion of the Earth, sociologist, and entrepreneur, she developed the disruptive design method and designs cerebrally status quo and she leads presentations around the world on activating positive social change through creative interventions and system thinking. Leila is the founder of Disrupt Design, the Unschool, and the CEO Project Farm. Okay. So unfortunately, Dr. Leila cannot be here live with us today, so we are going to have her digital presentation played for you.
Hi, I'm Leila Ajarolu, and I am really excited to be here with you today digitally, sharing ideas and provocations around how we can all help design a future that works better than today. So I'm actually a designer and a sociologist, and I'm really passionate about sustainability. That is the social, economic, and environmental impacts of the things that we all do. In my career, I design a lot of tools that help people think differently about the problems that we face in the world and to be able to come up with creative and innovative solutions to help solve complex problems. I would also describe myself as a serial social entrepreneur. I keep creating initiatives and projects that I really am passionate about and that I think will have a positive impact. I run a design agency, I run a school for adults, and I spent the last 3 years renovating and regenerating a farm. A few years ago, I was named Champion of the Earth by the United Nations for my work in helping to challenge the way we see sustainability and the design work that I've done for creating tools that help people think differently. I actually run a school for adults called the Unschool of Disruptive Design, and we have people from all over the world where we run really immersive programs online and face-to-face around the systems, sustainability, and design tools that we can each adopt to be able to think and do differently in the world around us. I've been running the school for over 5 years, and it's been one of the most inspiring things that I've done. I constantly learn from the people that I'm lucky enough to be able to teach and work with. And I'm really inspired by the diversity of people from all over this planet who too care and want to make change. So why do I do any of these things? Well, I'm pretty sure that you are aware of the fact that there is a lot of problems in this world. Not only the social issues that we face or the health implications of, say, a global pandemic or the economic ramifications of those impacts, but also climate change, ocean plastic waste, air pollution, deforestation, global species loss. There are a crap ton of problems in the world, but luckily we all have tools to be able to help address them. One of the passions and goals that I have in life is to help people learn to love problems. Like literally the kind of love that you have for a partner or a family member or friend. One where you really understand and respect it. And because in doing that, you actually really learn how to dissect all the complex components that exist within that problem. And it becomes less mysterious and more, you become more agentized to figure out how you can help solve some of the elements of that problem arena. Now, I'm a big fan of this guy called Buckminster Fuller. He's long dead, but he came up with some really incredible ways of using design and creativity to change the world. And one thing he says is that if you want to change the world, you need to design things that make the current system better. One thing he said is that the best way to predict the future is to design it. And what is design? Well, design is one of those tools that you can get a professional career in, but also we all interact with in our day-to-day life. It's essentially the configuration of the resources around us to create new things that help us live our lives and be healthy and prosperous in this world. But design is also this big social influencer. It's essentially what I call this silent social scripter. As we move around the world, whether it be the technology we use, our cities and how they're designed, the chairs you're sitting on, this is all created by an individual or a series of individuals working together to create the user experience, the functionality, to make it marketable, to make it work, and sometimes as well to design it to break. But the thing is that design, as much as we design things in the world, they also design us. We're in this dynamic relationship. And the world that we live in today, more so than any time before, is completely designed. There are so many elements of our daily lives where we interact with the decisions and thoughts of other people. And here's the big clencher here. We live in a society that's designed based on a linear economy, meaning we extract raw materials out of the ground, we design and produce goods and services, we use them, and then ultimately they get wasted. And in the waste, it's often ending up in landfill, incinerated, or unfortunately escaping into the natural environment. The thing about the current linear system is that it doesn't account for any of the services provided to us for free by nature. Like all of the raw materials required to make anything have had to come from a natural system. And the more we extract, process, and waste, the more negative impacts that we have on those systems. And so when you look at nature, for example, and how it solves problems, it's basically based on a regenerative concept where everything that's wasted is actually designed to be the raw materials and resources for a new system. So what we're talking about when we look at sustainability and the big picture is we're looking at transitioning our entire economy from being linear, which is reductive and wasteful, to one that is circular, which is more expansive and sustainable. This is called a butterfly diagram, and it's one of the concepts of the circular economy. There are two main technical loops and biological loops that materials go through. So let's just look at the biological cycles. The things you ate for lunch, the paper that you write on in your class, this is all made from natural materials that can easily be biodigesters back into the natural world without having any really negative impacts. Whereas your cell phone or the technology you're watching this on, or even the chair you're sitting on probably, has technical nutrients. So it's been converted to such a way, like it's got plastics and different materials that are not easily digested by nature. They won't be broken down to parts that can be reused by the natural world. So we need to cycle them through a technical system, meaning recapturing, reusing, remanufacturing, repair. And what happens is if we design products and services to fit within this circular system, we bust this old status quo of a linear and wasteful system, and we help solve some of the really significant problems because our whole current linear system maximizes the exploitation of nature and the production of waste, which is super inefficient. And of course, it's unsustainable. So this concept of circular thinking, using this closed loop concept to design businesses and products and even just our own lifestyles, how we choose to engage with the things around us, is a fantastic starting point for anyone who's interested in being a problem-loving solutionist in this world. So basically the concept is we need to figure out how to redesign everything so that we can design out waste. So we can become a post-disposable future. And that to me is really exciting because it's a huge opportunity for innovation. See, the thing is that a lot of the products and services we have, they're designed for the dump. They're designed for single use. And what happens then is that it becomes normalized that you or I would get a coffee or our lunch in a takeaway container that is not at all recyclable nor biodigestible back into nature. You know, since we've produced plastics only around 70 years ago, only 9% of all plastic ever produced in the world has been recycled. So if we rely on recycling for our problem solving, then we basically are relying on a false system. A few years ago, China, who was taking and processing a lot of the world's recyclables, decided that it was no longer going to do that. And so since then, we've seen a massive collapse in the global recycling market. Now, in order to help people solve some of these complex problems, I created a method called the disruptive design method, which essentially is about learning to love a problem before you solve it. It's about mining down underneath it, looking at all the nitty-gritty parts that make it exist, and then landscaping all of the parts you find so you get this bird's eye view of what's going on. And that's where we apply systems thinking, which I'll talk about in a second. And then the building stage, so taking all of those parts, that new information, and using it as inspiration to design, prototype, and deliver new concepts to the world, whether it be products, businesses, or entire new ways of thinking or doing things. And this process, it's being used by lots of people all over the world, which is really exciting, but essentially it's just a scaffolding. Like if you were to build a building, you would have to put scaffolding up so that the building could go up safely. And then eventually you take it away. So if you want to get started, there's heaps of resources online that you could look into if you want to start being somebody engaged in what I call three-dimensional thinking, being able to look through the telescope at the infinite possibilities of the universe and into a microscope and seeing that actually it's a mirror image and that the finite is also connected to the infinite. And that is one of the fundamental principles of systems thinking, that everything is interconnected. We live in a complex, dynamic, highly interwoven world where you and I rely on natural systems for survival. And if it weren't for, you know, oxygen producing trees and photoplankton, you or I would not exist. We need food, we need water, we need the resources that nature produces for free as part of its incredible complex system. You and I are a system. Our bodies require all of the functionality to work in harmony, otherwise we drop dead. So a system is really a set of related components that work together in any particular environment to achieve the outcome or the goal of the system. So the goal of your body is to stay alive, basically, and often be happy and healthy as well. In systems thinking, we talk about this concept of the iceberg model, which is that a lot of problems often exist in the world where we only see the tip. But we know that an iceberg is actually held up by its mass, which is well under the water. So if we use this concept, we can dive under the water and find all the kind of different components that make up that system. And by doing that, we change the way we see the problems of the world, and we start to think things based on relationships and connections. Now, there are many problems in the world, but if we can break it down into three simple systems of play, it makes it easier for us to figure out how we can navigate our way through these things. So like, there's the social systems, you, me, and all of the systems we created to make society work. So for example, we have the education system, we have the legal system, we have the governance system, and all these systems require social infrastructure that's built and designed. So we have buildings, and we have roads, and we have transport, and we have books, and we have technology. They're all part of the industrial system, and then both the industrial and the social system rely on the planet and all of its ecological systems, such as the carbon cycle, photosynthesis, nitrogen cycles, all of the things that work together in this beautiful harmonious way to create the cycles of nature and resources, and of course food and everything else that we need. So by understanding these relationships, by adopting a systems mindset, we go from that linear perspective to this really dynamic view of the world. We challenge the way we see how things operate, and we can figure out how to contribute to a circular and sustainable economy. So I think I mentioned at the beginning, I regenerated a farm. I spent the last 3 years doing that. I wanted to learn how nature worked, and I got really engaged in that, and I developed this concept called the metabolism model, which is basically based off a mushroom because they're amazing. Mycelium, which is the under the earth that runs all through any natural environment, is the neural network of an ecosystem. And when a mushroom pops up, it's just the obvious part of the system emerging in order to help reproduce the mycelium. But the mycelium is in an interconnected relationship with the roots of trees. It's exchanging resources. It's communicating information between the different parts of the system. It's insane. It's amazing. And if you think about it, that little mushroom is just a representation of this beautiful complex system underneath the earth. And if we can start to think like that, think about the obvious parts and then the complex, beautiful, dynamic systems that are under the earth, we mine those elements, we can be truly innovative and positively disruptive in the things that we do in our lives. Because one other thing I learned from that experience is that there's no such thing as waste in nature. The only species to create waste is us. And waste is a loss. It's a loss of resources, it's a loss of time, and of course it's a loss to the system, and it creates so many other problems. So really what we're talking about here is revaluing things within the economy. It's changing the way we see things. Linear, it's no longer cool. Circular, the ability for things to be repaired, reused, remanufactured, for companies to completely redesign the way they deliver goods and services to the economy, that is where the future is. So to start with, we need to change the way we value things and also change the way we think about solving problems. Let's just look at COVID. We're all dealing with a pretty complex situation right now because of this jump from the natural world to the human world and our inability to adapt quickly to respond. Now, what's fascinating is that a lot of science has showed that there's regions where there was a lot more deaths was related to air pollution. There's also been studies that talk about the loss of biodiversity and land clearing and the way in which the zootopic disease was able to jump. We're also challenged now by the incredible environmental issues associated with single-use plastics in PPE. The thing is that what this shows us in this really intense moment is that we have a lot of problems that butt up against the reality that we live on one planet with limited resources and limited places for things to go. This is really the fundamental concept of sustainability, is to figure out how to live within this one planet in a sustainable and regenerative way so that future generations don't have to suffer the consequences of our inaction. You know, it was around the 1980s that we started extracting and using resources faster than the earth could replenish them. And this has created a lot of these externalities that we're talking about, the waste, the problems associated with that. But by applying a circular design approach or circular thinking, we can design new systems that make the old obsolete. There are so many ways you can do this. I've created lots of resources you can find online. They're free, they're easily accessible, you can take classes with us, but basically there are ways of transforming the economy and making new ways of doing business, values and products that are going to be the new type of success that we see in the world. By embracing longevity and having longer relationships with customers like Patagonia have done, you see that there is a longitudinal company model. You've got Unilever partnering with TerraCycle to create this incredible reuse system called Loop, where you can buy all your products, like even ice cream, and get it in a reusable container sent to your house. The whole point of this is that we are using our creativity today to make sure that we don't create tomorrow's problems. And you might be listening to this thinking, oh my gosh, like, I'm just one person. I am not in a position to make change. This woman is a little crazy, which is probably true. I am, because I believe that the people who are willing to see a different future are the ones who will make that happen. And one of the things we all need to do is identify our own agency and sphere of influence. Every single one of us, no matter how small our economic impact or power that we have is to start with, can expand ourselves to be able to be a positive force on the world around us. The choices we make every day have impacts. We are all citizen designers of the future. And to help people navigate this complexity, I was lucky enough to collaborate with the United Nations and produce this project called The Anatomy of Action. We all have one, it's our hands. And essentially we looked at what actions individuals could take anywhere in the world. And if lots of people did them, what kind kind of positive outcomes would we have for the planet and for people? And we came up with this this kind of simple memory thing. It's food, stuff, move, money, and fun. And there are all these different actions that we identified that showed that, you know, if you protein swap, or if you divest your bank accounts from being fossil fuel based banks and you invest in more ethical banks, the positive impacts and the ripple effect that that has out into the community. The reality is that our world is totally made up by our actions. We design the world and the world designs us. If you want to live in a positive future, if you want to have a positive economy and more equitable society where there's more respect and there is more harmony between people, if you want to make sure that the natural world is sustained and perhaps even regenerated, then we need to all take action to be part of designing the future we want to see in the world. Because one thing we know to be true is that we live in absolute magic. There's no other known life-sustaining planet in this universe, and as long as that is what we know to be true, then we should all be activating our agency day in, day out to find creative and positive ways of contributing back to this beautiful planet we all share. Thank you so much for your time. I'm really grateful to be here with you. I hope I challenged you to think a little bit differently. Please feel free to reach out to me on social media and enjoy your day.
Of the students here, the undergraduate and also as well as graduate students will be sort of, you know, like very intrigued by the provocation, as she called herself as a provocateur. For more questions to Dr. Leila, because she cannot be here with us today, can be delivered on her social media, she said, and also her website on www.leylaajaroglu, that is LEYLAACAROGLU.com. And also links to resources for the things that she had already mentioned are available on our website, icon-arcade.fsrd.itb.ac.id. Okay. All right. So next up, we have our last speaker, all the way from Wisconsin, in going into the middle of the night. I think it's probably 9:18 p.m. on Wednesday. Oh, sorry, on Friday night. Yeah, is it? Yes. Okay. So Saturday morning is here, Professor Lin, if you want to know. So I'm gonna read your short bio first. So Lynn Capitan is a professor and director of the Professional Doctorate in Art Therapy at Mount Mary University, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the United States of America. Past president of the American Art Therapy Association, she is an international presenter, author of the seminal Introduction to Art Therapy Research, and former executive editor of Art Therapy, Journal for the American Art Therapy Association. She is a long-standing member of a community-based cross-cultural research team in Managua, Nicaragua, and has advised numerous art therapy research projects throughout the US, Canada, and globally. I'm very happy to have you here. I personally am. And we are all, I think, really excited to listen to your presentation. So your presentation slide will be ready soon. There you go. You can start now.
Okay. Well, wow, I'm already really inspired. And yes, it's we're heading into the night, but I'm very wide awake because both of the presentations that we just had were fantastic, really wonderful. And what a great pleasure to be here today and to have this opportunity. I'm very grateful to everybody for this opportunity to offer my thoughts on sustainable development in the context of building creative community. And I think this is really, it's an interesting position for me to be in following the last two presentations, because what I appreciated by both what Budita and Leila both focused on was this larger systemic view, looking at the larger systems. And I appreciate that because in the work that I do as an art therapist, I'm going to be really bringing my thoughts and ideas to you down to the sort of human interpersonal level, and human to human community level. And I think that sometimes what happens is that when we're looking at our world on that sort of street level, so to speak, we miss the understanding of this larger systemic environment that we're in. I loved what you said, Butita, about the city being this living, breathing organism, and to think about it, that we're in this partnership with a city that's living and breathing and that we are responsive to and we are part of. So I just love that. I think it's a wonderful framing. I think it's wonderful to be looking at this, looking at sustainable development and the creative economy on all of these different levels. And then, of course, what Leila mentioned in terms of just as individuals, how much we can be participating in the disruption of the systems that we're in that are not serving us and are not serving our planet in the way in which we need it to be. So wonderful, wonderful way to sort of enter in and say, okay, let's talk about creative community now on this sort of community-based person-to-person level and see where we go from here. But before I begin, I also want to ask for your forbearance because I don't have a much familiarity with Indonesian culture and social realities. And so some of my remarks may kind of hit and some may miss, and I expect that. So I hope that you can put up with me with that ignorance. And I am going to be speaking to you from a standpoint of being an artist and an art therapist, and also an academic. And that's a particular lens that I'm going to be bringing to this presentation. And so even though I'm going to be offering ideas, I know that there are many voices among the gathering here of people who might have better, more compelling stories and more culturally appropriate stories to flesh out some of the ideas and I think that's great. My goal is to stimulate your thinking and to you're thinking about and you're sharing of those stories. And I hope that in the chat and during the Q&A, you do take the opportunity to share some of your thoughts and stories that you have that relate to some of the things that we've been talking about, because that's how we can create and build a collective understanding and multiply the effect of what we're doing today. So next slide, please. Great. I'm a little nervous that my internet connection is going to start going in and out, but I think we're okay. So far, so good. Okay, so here's what I'd like to focus on today, what I'll be focusing on my remarks. I'm going to be describing experiences with community-based arts for social transformation. That's going to be my focus. And I've been engaged in this kind of work for about the last 20 years, both as an art therapist and as Ardana mentioned, a member of cross-cultural research team. And my second event objective will be to share what happens when you directly involve communities in participatory research through the arts. And then thirdly, I will be identifying some of the key principles that have come out of this work that help create sustainable social change. And I think that that objective will fit very nicely into the two presentations that we had prior to this, and give you another perspective on it. And then finally, I will discuss how the arts contribute to resilient communities. So important in this global moment that we are in. Next slide, please. And we are living, it should go without saying, in very difficult times, of course, difficult politically, environmentally, technologically, and socially, upheavals of all sorts. We're called to urgent social imperatives pertaining to racism, xenophobia, misogyny, colonialism, oppression, inequality. They're all layered into this moment that we're living right now when we talk about creative communities and creative economy. How do we conceive of a meaningful role for the arts in this world? It may be tempting, of course, to sink into despair, but I found that through the arts, we can choose instead to affirm resilience in the face of fear and intolerance and violence. And this is part of the world that I have interacted with quite a bit. We can move toward making arts socially responsible and aimed at emancipation and the realization of human potential. To ask such questions as who benefits and how from our work? When we make these designs, when we create these models, who's benefiting? and how? What does it mean to be implicated in each other's lives, especially as we move toward creating solutions for these problems? Next slide. Now, because my work is informed by art therapy, and I realize that we probably have members through this day and participating may not know about art therapy, may not be very informed by it. So I'll tell you a little bit about that. Probably should do that before I go much farther, right? So when I say art therapy, sometimes people think, well, it has something to do with drawing a picture and then having a therapist psychoanalyze it and tell you what it means, right? Or probably more like revealing a psychological problem through your artwork that a therapist will help you fix. So that's a very common perception that people have about art therapy. And I would say that in the origins of the field, about 50 or 60 years ago, that was how some art therapists navigated and used art. But in today's world, it has a very broad scope of practice, from specialized clinical treatment areas in particular, to a more collective cultural and community use of art. And it's really this last part, this other way of looking at art that I've been involved in. There's a long thread in the history of the field to establish art therapy in social action and diverse cultural traditions. So that does exist, because to be accessible to socially marginalized communities, a broader, less limiting framework is needed. And it's this conception of art therapy in which art is created from the materials of our lives to connect what separates us, to bridge over distances, to heal divisions, to bring creative energy and unity into our life spaces. So you can see that art therapy is a partnership with the uses of arts and design that we've talked about so far today, making us more flexible, whole, and resilient. And art therapy in this way helps us recover a perception of the world as a community of beings to whom we are all meaningfully related. Next slide, please. So taking up the social imperatives of our time really requires more than expertise and skills. Art by itself is not enough, and knowledge is not enough. Healing requires relationship and a willingness to make contact with each other across boundaries of difference, in spaces that are defined by connection rather than by division. In the realm of community-based practice, practitioners and ordinary people are leading the way, breaking down rigid constructions of art and science and research. And as you can see illustrated on this slide, expert or traditional research has a tendency to look at practice as an object of study, researching for the community, right? Often due to some professional conditioning, the expert's gaze tends to be characteristically detached and objectifying to perform this function, gathering information about people and converting their suffering into problems to be treated, and usually with some standardized interventions. Okay, so that's one way of going about it. But community-led research tends to go in the opposite direction. Practice is not an object of research, but a method of research, and knowledge is obtained through and with community arts, and may include art-based and participatory and indigenous forms of research and practice that are aimed at social change. Next slide. So when we bring these perspectives together and cross into each other's worlds, we can create a paradigm shift. And we've been talking this morning of the necessity of that paradigm shift, right? And very importantly, we shift that expert's gaze. Doing so shifts the power arrangement, an act that interrupts and challenges assumptions about who should be helping whom, and where does knowledge come from, and who gets to have power and control. Decentering the expert and recentering on locally relevant knowledge from the perspectives of participants, cultural minorities, and other stakeholders. Here, the community is not simply a research site, but it can be the center of resistance and social action. Next slide. So let me illustrate some of these ideas with a few examples of what collaborative, participant-led, and arts-based research looks like in practice. Let's start with, next slide, please. Let's start with, there we go, Jonathan Haig. As an example of how arts-based research can create some of these trends, a trend in the research that is based increasingly on the accessible digital tools that are starting to filter down into community on the community level, which I'll be talking about in a few minutes. And in this way, art making and video editing become research methods for data collection and for data analysis. So here's an example with Jonathan Haig. He's just he's a regular art therapist. He's working in a clinic. He's worked with people of all ages who are dealing with grief and loss. And normally he wouldn't be thinking about doing this kind of research, but because of the digital tools and because of art-based research traditions that are starting to emerge, he's starting to see how he might position his research as rather than taking his participants and seeing them as an object of study. He involves them directly in his research as collaborators. So what he had them do was take a drawing that they had made in an art therapy session, okay, very traditional, and redrew it in a recorded stop action video with a voiceover that told the story of their grief in their own words. So imagine that when they viewed this video that they had created, and then a few weeks later viewed it a second time, and now with the voiceover and seeing their own artwork develop over time, they gained a completely different perspective, a new perspective that changed their consciousness and changed their ideas as they saw their own work unfold in front of them. And this new consciousness in turn transformed their lives and transformed their therapy, their family life, everything that followed from it. And that's what's so cool about art. Art is like this. Whenever and however you use it, it's never this static kind of object. It's always performing an effect. And that's the element that I'll be talking about in terms of how we can exploit that for creative community. Next slide, please. Another example is Mary Andrus, who has worked closely with survivors of trauma. She centered her research on the therapeutic effect of participating in an art exhibition. Participants interviewed each other on video about their experience of publicly sharing art that they had created in private about their trauma. Now, this isn't appropriate for somebody who's in the very beginning stages of trauma and recovery, but Mary knew that coming out publicly as a survivor could be empowering for those who are nearing the end of their recovery in their final stage and wanted to put their traumatic identity behind them. The participants later viewed this edited video as a group now, and they bringing together collective experience of reflection and shared insights. Bearing witness to each other in this way empowered and transformed their self-identity, lessened their stigma, and in turn motivated all but one participant to not only be identified in the film, but to present it with the film in public screenings for education and advocacy. So those are two examples of how just regular therapists are starting to move toward community and involve arts and design in research methodology with their clients. Next slide. Another example comes from Jen DeLucia, who is working with a very close community of combat veterans who were struggling to readjust to civilian life. They were leaving the military, moving into civilian life, and having a very difficult time of shifting from military culture to the culture of their communities. They designed and conducted an entire research project in their community art studio. After weeks of art therapy with Jen, they studied their own outcomes to determine from their own perspectives as experts on their experience of trauma and recovery within the military culture, what had made art therapy effective for them. So they took on the study themselves, and here are the results. Next slide, please. They came up with these principles, studying their own process. They determined that art therapy had helped them, had offered them psychological safety, had promoted growth, that it gets to the heart of the matter. Art therapy builds connections. Art therapy draws out strengths. Art therapy cultivates a sense of purpose. Art therapy awakens emotions. So these are all uses of art in the service of community, in the service of social transformation that the veterans themselves were able to determine from their own research study. And these outcomes because these outcomes came from the veterans themselves, the study not only empowered them, but also attracted the attention of the US government, which disseminated the results in a treatment manual that's now used throughout the whole Veterans Administration's healthcare system. Next slide, please. Arts-based participatory action research can take these same ideas and scale them up across entire communities aimed at social transformation. I've been working with a group called Cantera. It's a non-governmental organization, and it's a community development organization in Nicaragua that I got involved with about 20 years ago when I was invited by Anabel Torres, the executive director, to introduce art therapy methods into their ongoing social action projects. And for every year since, my role has been that of a volunteer collaborator in their research that serves community capacity building. Cantera views research as a community of practice in which questions emerge from their day-to-day realities, which they name, gather data to reflect on or analyze, and then take social actions in response. Their goal is to understand and actively change the socio-political forces that shape people's lives. And the thing is, they're really, really good at it. I've learned a lot from them. They've advanced hundreds of community projects directed at child and youth development, gender equality, environmental change, rural and indigenous farming, food security, and traditional arts and healing. They designed their projects to scale deep by involving local participation, scale out by creating networks of influence across the community, and scale up by focusing on systemic impacts. And they have embraced the arts in the form of visual play, creative problem solving, traditional and sacred dance, music, poetry, song, theater, all as a means to both understand and change the consciousness of people involved, and also as a counterforce against oppression. Next slide, please. Cantera's model is very effective. Oh, I wish you could see that a little better. Okay, I'll tell you exactly what it says. In every community where Cantera is connected, people identify. It starts with somebody being identified as the one person in that community who everyone recognizes as a natural leader, which they call the promotora. It's not the person who is usually the elected official or somebody whose family put them in a certain position, that kind of thing. No, this is the person that everyone respects because they know that that's the person people go to get something done in that community. And Cantera targets those people and invites them to attend a popular education research training program in a workshop in Managua. And that's where they connect with other promotoras from rural and urban communities from all over Nicaragua. In exchange for the training that they have during that workshop, they make a commitment to return to their communities and multiply what they learned. And then these efforts are supported by a team from Cantera that visits them during the year to encourage and reinforce the project so that the project can keep going. So it isn't just a sort of one-off catalyst, but is actually integrated through the community. At the end of the year, the promotores return to Managua and share the results of their project and renew their knowledge and energies and gain ideas and connect with each other and gain new practices. And over time, as the capacity of the local community grows, new promotoras arise, who in turn impact the central training groups. Cantera's model thus is a natural unfolding of a research network across several communities with learning and knowledge, resistance, and capacity arising out of every cycle of Cantera's participatory action research. Next slide, please. Looking back, and I think about where we started with and where we are today, I'm struck not only by the sustainability of Cantera's model, but by Annabelle's insights so many years ago that the arts were missing and needed to be integrated into it. Nicaragua has always had traditional arts, of course, but their communities have been connected over the years from them due to generations of social disruption through civil war, dictatorship, and economic instability. Annabelle invited me because she saw a resource in the arts, a generator of connectivity. And it's really amazing for me to see the impacts that that decision made and how it multiplied over time. Think about how she started with this one art therapist who connected with 30 to 50 community leaders who were all creating projects in their communities and change agents, and then multiply that over 20 years. And where we are today is we have thousands of people who are using community arts in hundreds of research projects for social transformation. It's amazing. I remember my very first day when I was working with her, using nothing more than lined notebook paper and ballpoint pens. That was our only art supplies. And today, everywhere Cantera goes, there's a flowering of community arts, traditional and new and digital and folkloric, all contributing to community capacity building. And what's so interesting to me is that I can go to these places now and see this happening. And people don't even remember. They're so immersed in the arts, they don't remember what it was like when they didn't have those arts and when they didn't have that capacity. It's a wonderful thing to behold. The use of the arts in this configuration can be understood as an orienting means by which the community finds interconnections. That's what the arts are doing with them, between here and there, between then and now. And it helps them revise their working theories in response to new problems. Arts give them thinking within the place relatedness of their practices. And in the studio, we might pick up a chalky pastel, say, and make a swish of color across the paper, bearing witness to a current reality that we find ourselves in. And following the phenomena that arises in the art making, we welcome or interrupt their arrival, and in the process form new expressions and become more attuned to our context and our needs. And we can learn this in community, and we can teach this to others in community, because these and further connections can reproduce and join with others in any direction from any spot. Creating art together fosters this expanding network of thoughts and ideas and theories on which, on the macro level, link Cantera's communities of practice into a single, highly complex system. Next slide, please. Stepping back now and continuing this reflection on what I've learned over the years about a community's resilience, I have to ask, what are the key drivers? What are the drivers or key requirements? Many communities that I've been working with are isolated. They need jobs, they need roads. There's only a small fraction of people who have had more than a high school education. And yet they are so committed. They succeed because a sustainable future is so critically important to them. In truth, they are wealthy in their collective knowledge. They've taught me about resilience through the efficient sharing of resources and innovation, usually deployed through existing infrastructures, which is a necessity when life is always a matter of survival in the face of continuous change. Next slide. So of these key drivers, I would start with connection. In any healthy ecosystem, connectivity is critically important and appears as conduits or corridors through an environment that serve to distribute or seed different resources as they open up to all of their surroundings, to everything that's moving within them. And the greater the linkages, as we know from Creative Cities and the presentation that Dewita was describing, the greater those linkages, the greater the potential impacts of actions that can be taken through them. In the human world, connectivity has been found to be essential to health. From neuroscience, we know that to have healthy circuits in the brain to develop, the individual needs to have lots and lots of healthy experiences. Connectivity also strengthens resilience with flexibility and adaptation that helps a person thrive, even in the most adverse circumstances. And that same notion in the collective culture that surrounds Cantera values the arts for the kind of social circuitry that they facilitate, which fortifies the community's social immune system to resist the toxins of oppression, marginalization, and stigma. Next slide, please. Culturally appropriate knowledge can only emerge organically from the local context, as we've already mentioned today, from and between people and their awareness of their overlapping subjectivities. In Latin America, the concept of accompaniment best expresses this model of interaction. Accompaniment is defined as an invited relationship that demands a willingness to experience one another's pain and struggle, walking alongside in solidarity, while refraining from strategizing on their behalf or proposing solutions to their problems, instead of listening intently to their own emergent strategies. Collaboration also often means continuously ceding control of the agenda and reorienting toward the work of the community by drawing on collaborative imagination and action. The practice of accompaniment is rooted in an interdependent understanding of the psychological and community well-being. The aim is not healing only the body-mind, but the creation of healthy, free, and creative minds in a free, dynamic, and just social body, as Martin Barreau asserted. Next slide, please. The third requirement is diversity. In Nicaragua, diversity is expressed in the agency of the community, which sees itself as the protagonist of change. It's for this reason that Cantera's model deliberately involves children and adults, elders and youth, city people, rural campesinos, different social classes. They all mingle and take on the role of researcher in the participant research and produce solutions to the community concerns. They listen to each other. What I've learned from this is that when the community is central as the force of change, then the role and the power of the experts within it has to be elastic enough to shift as well. Diversity is essential to the formation of resilient communities, not only because it means different voices are present, but because diversity maximizes the responsiveness that are possible to changing contexts. So as conditions in the environment change, diversity is what ensures that new alliances will form with different talents and perspectives that can take on the new challenges that come with those changes. Next slide, please. Continuing with this idea, because knowledge is socially constructed, what we do and what we share can be liberating or oppressive, depending on how attentive and responsive we are to one another, no matter how similar or different. When your reality and mine overlap, art is not something made by me or by you, it's made between us. And this effect carries tremendous potential to unravel what we thought were supposedly settled ideas of place and identity and origins. The dynamic give and take across differences that willingly gets mixed up with kindred others. It generates new skills, identities, and abundant resilience. Art is a way of loving the world through human touch. It's this direct link to the human heart that is the essence of our need to gather up materials to envision their possibilities and to turn them into beloved objects or experiences for contemplation, sharing, and exchange. Next slide, please. Beyond connectivity is indivisibility, the idea of diversity within unity. That is, all who participate are committed to the larger vision and purpose of the whole, which can multiply in any direction from any spot. Interconnected and holistic with horizontal integrated feedback structures, which keep the community on its path. The community's deep, undivided commitment to the core to one another's survival leaves no one behind, no one facing fear or despair alone. I've had this experience with communities of Cantera. I've learned that when community expresses their indivisibility through the arts, as they're doing here, silently painting together by candlelight to generate hope in their experience of darkness, not only do the arts acknowledge suffering, but also continuously affirm strengths and beauty and resilience in a way that feeds the community's spirit. Next slide. Power and significance of these ideas in the Nicaraguan context revealed themselves to me only slowly. It took me a long time to get to this place due to my own cultural blindness and my social location, my own work to shift my gaze. To work in community on its own terms, I have come to understand the importance of locating the work in the intersections of one another's lives in a participatory process of active self-determination. Next slide, please. Accordingly, the elements that strengthen community resilience all appear to involve a people's agency and capacity for self-organization, values and beliefs, knowledge, skills, leadership, learning, people-place relationships, diversity, community infrastructure, and social networks. Resilience can be defined as the ability to thrive in an environment characterized by constant change, uncertainty, and unpredictability. in order to be able to adjust to internal and external shocks, yet retain the community's fundamental value through that. The resistance of a resilient community to disturbance has been likened to an immune system. Both are complex, decentralized systems arranged in a hierarchy of layered defenses, with the ultimate goal of maintaining equilibrium. So with the arts, we are always tapping into this primal source, asking not only who are we, but more often and more insistently, how can we be at home in all this change?
Actually, so we're trying to, yes, it's working again. And we're trying to get back to Professor Lynn. I think you're still here.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes. So give us a second, a moment to resume your presentation.
Yep.
It's been very insightful for me. I'm learning a lot already.
I haven't packed too much into this, so there's time.
Yeah. Yeah. We still have time as well here. So okay. I think it's raining as well outside. So I think the weather here is kind of like, yeah, is a bit of a problem. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Okay, can you see me moving?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so Ardana, where did I cut out?
So you were talking about how then the art becomes this sort of like a tool for us to be able to access our primal source, to ask the question, how can we be at home with all the changes, the constant changes?
I can hear people scrambling in the
Yeah,
background.
okay. Sorry. All right. So I think it's probably just the image. Yeah, the image is the visual is lagging, but
The climax of my story.
okay. So because your audio is fine actually, so perhaps you want to continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to shift. Will we be able to shift that slide? Okay, here we go. Yeah. Because here I'm talking about resilience. And I think at this point, there's this sense of how wonderful these communities have been in developing and sustaining these social action projects. But lest we forget, our resilience will be tested again and again and again and again, right? And in Nicaragua, I remember April 18th, 2018, when seemingly overnight, the worst political conflict in a generation began. And just like that, it seemed like all the work we had done over the years just was lost. It was such a horrible experience. An outraged public that took to the streets by the hundreds of thousands to call for political change was met with a brutal crackdown by paramilitary forces that left hundreds dead, many thousands exiled, and a country thrown into many months of chaos and fear and deep despair. But now we know, looking back, that Cantera's work over the years had helped make their communities resilient and able to mobilize quickly and effectively. And what they did, one broken heart reaching out to another and another and another, drawing each other together across boundaries back into community, with a gaze of recognition that acknowledged their dignity and strength. And only 2 years later, having survived those political conflicts, the pandemic arrived. And just this week, back-to-back hurricanes that have ravaged an already stressed society. Physically apart, yet emotionally connected, grounded, and centered, the communities have put their knowledge and experience into action to continue to strategize for their survival, to care for one another, to reclaim spaces of resilience as a counter narrative, to take hold against the terrible power of fear and despair. And yes, they're using the arts to connect with each other and to get through this moment, to strategize their survival. Next slide, please. So what can we learn from this moment today for all of our communities? How do we succeed in sustaining systemic social change, particularly in a crisis? And how do the arts fit into that need? According to the research by Lith and Associates, we build community resilience and well-being, and you can do it in 3 particular ways. First, as we've seen in all of these examples, sustainable social action promotes social connectivity by working across boundaries of difference that would otherwise keep people separate, deploying effective go-betweens and brokers for dialogue across different viewpoints and roles and experiences and divisions. This requires both bridging and bonding experiences and activities that build cohesive social identities and solidarity. Bonding and bridging within communities is seen as particularly important for social capital that contribute to the capacity of communities to become more sustainable, socially resilient, and less vulnerable. Secondly, they mobilize and create a participatory culture of caring for each other, where people partake in decisions that are important to them, and in the process gain political ownership and well-being. In a culture of caring, people are enthused about their work and in turn enthuse the community's vision for social change towards sustainability. They work together. They participate in community arts and rituals, which reinforce resilience because they know who shows up, who people are, what they can do, and who cares. Thirdly, and central to sustainable social change is social learning. That is the power of learning by doing, observing, art making, reflecting, engaging emotionally, and replicating all these practices throughout the community until they become so much a part of them that no one even remembers when they weren't there, as I mentioned before. Social transformation is most likely when all 3 of these features are present and complementing each other. Next slide, please. My work in Nicaragua has not only inescapably broadened my understanding of the arts for social transformation, but has also forever transformed my thinking about who I am and where I am and how I'm interacting with the world, materially, socially, emotionally, spiritually, as a result, from outsider to colleague to friend to family. Collaborating with street kids who grew up to become empowering community leaders, making murals that brought rival gangs together into truce and dialogue, changing the trajectory of whole families and neighborhoods and communities. And then, after my daughter followed me to Nicaragua to work as an intern with Cantera and fell in love with the irresistible Marcelo, Cantera is now family to my beautiful Nicaraguan grandchildren. And this is what's happened. This is what's become of my mainstream ordinary life, which I never set out to do. This beautiful portrait is of my son-in-law and grandchild, which captures for me something indelible that Nicaragua has taught me about capacity building and relationships that cross borders of difference and toward a mutual desire for peace and justice. Especially at the time in which this photo was taken, and Marcelo had newly immigrated to the United States, Marcelo and I could not have been more but we were both deeply connected to this child and to her future. Community and social transformation, they're not abstract ideals for us. They're flesh and blood real. She bound us together and for all time. So we were compelled to risk relationship and cross over into each other's worlds and support and care for each other in community, becoming transformed in the process. We can't escape the different locations we find ourselves in, but we can listen closely to our hearts and share our realities in collaboration, as well as commit to increasingly the impact of community on our work in solidarity with one another, to bring our presence to it, to allow it to affect us, to matter to us, and to alter our course. The social imperative can only be served in this way toward reciprocal relationships, empathically attuned and ethically attentive to the social context and the responsibilities we have toward each other. Despair is an option, of course, and we can choose it instead.
Okay.
Okay.
We just had a really big thunder, torrential rain. It's really raining cats and dogs outside. So
I think that that's a symbol, right?
yeah,
Universe.
true.
Universe is responding to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well,
If you can hear the thunder,
well,
but we're resilient. I think we can move on.
and I'm almost done. This is my last slide, everybody.
All right.
Being there with me, because before I end, I would like to offer some words from Bernie Glassman. I don't know if you've ever bumped into his work, but they've always been an inspiration to me, and I hope they might be for you as well. Whenever I struggle to leave comfort behind and risk the rupture of my certainties, I like to think of these words, and that is that when we are ready to live a questioning life, a life of unknowing without fixed ideas or answers, then we are ready to bear witness to any situation, no matter how difficult or painful. And out of that process of bearing witness, the right action of making peace and healing arises. And I just have a reference slide if you want to see it. There's a lot of references there. I'm happy to, of course, send them to anybody.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Lin. That was very insightful. Well, I want to say, albeit disrupted. We were talking about disruptive design, but like disrupted by the weather. But yes, so thank you very much. It was very insightful, and you were right. You begin with sort of like this, bringing us to the context of interpersonal level after we saw how in the systemic level this community resilience manifest. That was in Butita's presentation, and also during Leila's presentation. That was sort of like kind of put it into a context or a sort of a framework, a thinking framework, and then afterwards we're going to a bit sort of like micro level in the interpersonal relationship, which has made this session very interesting. And I hope that the audience also is as excited as I am as the moderator for this session. So next we are going to invite, there's a live commentator that we have today for this.
Hello.
Hi. Would you introduce yourself? And I will give the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Ali. I'm really sorry. There's a huge rain outside. And
Same
I
here.
hope it's really crazy. So, hello, my name is Yuki Agriardi. Hello, Butita. Hello, Professor Lin. I'm from ITV. And it's been a pleasure to hear all the three talks, all the lectures. And it was very insightful for me. My research is actually also work on the area of urban environment and also it's huge rain. Yeah, it's huge thunder. I hope my connection is all right. Yeah, and it's really interesting because like these three talks kind of gave me like a reminder that nature will always inspire us. We learn about ecosystem in biology, and in blooming ecosystem usually came from a healthy biodiversity, which is include about the diversity of the species between species and in its environment itself. So I do believe diversity is the key for an ecosystem to survive and thrive. So this include also the support and collaboration between the inhabitants and the space itself. So what I see in here, the city or the community is like a space, and the citizen or the human itself as a species who live inside the community or the city. So I really enjoy this kind of talk from you, three of you guys. I'm really happy. And that's another huge thunder. I think Professor Lin can hear it also from Wisconsin, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, all the way over here in Wisconsin.
So uh, from the three presentation, I'm highlighting Ibu Tita presentation talk about the diversity in inclusive creative economy, and then from Dr. Leila talking about the important to change the way we address or think about we approach the problem itself, and then from Professor Lin, I learned about how art can make connection and help our growth and giving impact between human, especially, and also between community that led to a social change. So from here, I would like to ask Butita and Professor Lin opinion that as we experience right now, we are living in this odd and complex time. And I don't know if I'm supposed to be happy or sad that I mean, I'm part of this kind of this global pandemic situation right now. But this pandemics actually challenge us in things we didn't think before. Like in certain way, it's kind of accelerate how we adapt, think, and act wiser toward life. So, do you think this situation will lead us into a new hybrid kind of social system or community or city or even culture that we are going to see in the future? So, hopefully, maybe we can be more resilient and adaptive together uh, for this sustainable ecosystem in the future. So, I would like to know your opinion. Thank you.
Butita, should I answer? I'd be happy to jump in, and then please feel free. Yeah, I do. I do think that that's a very interesting question to point at hybridity, because hybridity has already been happening. It's interesting when you look at social media systems, how culture has people who are very much involved in social media communities have so many cultures that they're navigating, because they're living in so many different life spaces and simultaneously, and they're in these blended life spaces. But I think that's true too in what I was describing emotionally in my presentation when I was talking about my son-in-law. I think that what I've become aware of is that because it's so compellingly important for me to connect with him to help support this child, and he in the other way, that we really are creating a hybrid relationship. We're moving into each other's worlds. He lived in a world I had no knowledge of before these events. So I think that you're right, that there is a hybridity that's coming out of this. And I do think that the pandemic is accelerating it. And, my mention of how when that political violence was happening, we didn't know, it felt like everything had fallen apart, but we learned briefly over time that it hadn't fallen apart, that it was really a test of resilience, but it came from this sort of disruption that pulled out that hybridity, I think. So it's a wonderful question.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, because whenever we like it or not, we are forced now into living in bubbles where you be in your own bubbles, where you meet people you trust that they don't carry the disease, or who lives with you, or you connect, but then there are certain requirements that makes you want to meet them. Like, have you been tested, or are you safe? Are we safe? Are we safe? And so on. So these kind of bubbles are then wanting it or not, it forms into our urban situation where places in public space spots and all, they also should design to fulfill that requirements. So, well, as you can see now, people are just plainly put these tapes or ropes or whatever where you cannot put shorter distance with each other. But then we don't live forever with ropes and tapes on the floor. But how would you create that? So that's actually the advantage of being a designer or people who are used to think with visions in the future. And another thing is the way we now are very used to deliver having product and services delivered to our place, whether it's food or other products. um, it adds to what we need as packagings and waste and or other things that actually we try to avoid before the pandemic, but now we have to put up with them again. So how would you this is another challenge. How would you create packages or the ways of delivering things without adding the burden to our earth and so on? So in that sense, these challenges onward is actually how we prove ourselves to create those kind of spaces. And then another thing is I might be influenced by also what Charles Landry had said about this bubble things and how you create space in the future. If you build or if you create a space in for public, you wouldn't call it, again, you wouldn't call it or label it as, for example, this is an office or this is a school or anything else. But then you will consider those places are a place to connect, a place to, for example, inspire each other, a place to create something together and so on. So yeah, even we before the pandemic already have this concept about remote offices, public transportations and so on. But then the pandemic forced us to really go to it in a high acceleration, also by going digital. But then, yeah, then you what you have to do now is to find out a way to not uh, widen the gap, but then to how to connect in a safer way as well. So interesting future we have, Yuki.
Thank you so much, Professor Lin and Ibu Tita. Yeah, I think the idea of hybrid is a thing that we are going to see maybe in the future, and we must be ready for it. I think, and I think it's much better also if we face it together as a community.
very interested in is that this also shows up in the digital world, that as our digital tools get better and better and better and more refined, there's actual research that shows that our brain doesn't differentiate between what's in our hand and an extension of our hand in the digital tool, you know. So there is there was a period of time where people were, in my world, in art therapy, were very upset with digital art because they thought it wasn't real. It wasn't like real art materials that make this kind of connection. But I'm finding that as I'm connecting with people in the digital world with art materials, it's still there, even though it's virtual. Our tools are getting more refined, and so our brain is still making those connections in that very human sort of way, which I think is just a very interesting paradox.
It seems that our brains also evolve, isn't it, to this new technology. The way we see the expression through digital things might be different from the way we see it like 20 years ago, I guess. So Ari, are you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here already. Sorry. Um, in the from the audience. So I'm gonna sort of deliver the first question for the panelist, and I think this is for Butita more, as we are now in the digital era. Technology has helped businesses expand customer base, shorten the value chain, and increase financial inclusion. In your view, how has the impact been for the creative economy in Indonesia and other countries? And what other innovations do you expect to see that can further leverage the development of this industry?
Yeah, I have answered this in text, but then I can also say it here. Well, the challenge now is providing equal access to of digital technology or internet infrastructure. As you know, we have these challenges in especially in education, because once you have to do schooling online, not everybody has the equipment. And if such facilities are already available, then the next question is how to utilize them optimally, especially to ensure inclusivity for the benefit of all. Because we also know that people with an abundant, for example, internet package and so on, they don't necessarily use it for to give impact or to give positive impact to the environment. So how would you do that more um, with more impact? And also the digital notion. So the way we go now, we are forced to go to online platform for many aspects for our lives. It has forced us to think of proper ways to deliver products and services, but also to upskill and reskill our abilities to communicate and to reach our goals. And this happens particularly because, for example, usually you just go to a marketplace, an open marketplace where you can just pick your products, see it yourself, touch them, and then buy them. But then, because now it's no longer possible, you have to convince the market, you have to have your own display, but you can only see it through the screen, and you have to convince your customers to buy them, although you cannot touch them or smell them or whatever else you usually do. So this is another challenge, how you can actually reskill and upskill yourself up to that level where you can present your products and services, and you can connect them for the benefit of everyday lives and so on. And I think the benefit of the technology, if you have access to it, is that the new way of how you use it and the way of how you would explore the possibilities to deliver it to people with less access, for example. Or how would you maybe see yourself as an intermediary of those who don't have the necessarily access, and then to the resource of everything. So yeah, this is the era of redefining things and of reinventing things with our ability as creative actors, actually. I hope that answers.
Yes, I think that's sort of like an expansive and comprehensive answer as well. And I think, and I would sort of like expand the answer with another question to Professor Lin, because like community resilience in like how you sort of like said it, and also my practice as an art therapist, community-based art therapist, it it kind of sort of like looks very romanticized. So everything is good, you know, like everyone comes together in harmony and all that. But changes, especially like the pandemic, and also sort of there are economic ramifications to that as well. And then I just want to know, like, maybe like in your case study in Nicaragua, how has the community resilience might be able to help the community itself to respond to that, to like the economic ramifications? Is it already usually embedded in the projects that they have, or the resiliency helps with?
Yeah, you can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, okay. I'm seeing a leg. Talking about that romantic kind of view. And the reality is that whenever you are crossing borders, as I've mentioned, it comes with lots of tension, and people are messy, and communities are messy. And it isn't neat and tidy. It kind of goes back to that idea of, you know, the linear economy versus the circular economy. This can be quite dynamic, and there's lots of power and lots of, you know, there's a lot that's going on in a community. But I have found that when the crisis hit, and I'm talking about several crises. In fact, I started in Nicaragua right after a huge hurricane had devastated the community back in '98, I think it was. I have found that when that crisis hits, the community does pull together. And there is this sharing, immediate sharing of who's where, what's happening, who's okay, who's not okay. That's going on right now. And it's going on in a moment to moment because of the hurricanes that happened this week, and true in the pandemic as well. So I guess that I think that when it's almost like when the system is stable, there's more room for tension, and you're kind of working it out. And when an event, a boundary event happens, that pulls the community back together, and people gain perspective, and they really look at each other's survival, and they really are, because they care, they are really not leaving anybody behind. That is happening right now. And I would say it's a quality that I can tell some of the communities that we've worked with are more cohesive than the community that I live in, which we've gone through a horrible political disruption right now. And we aren't pulling together very well. And we aren't doing as well as the folks that I've been connected with in Nicaragua. So just as a contrast, right? You also mentioned economy, and I do think that that's certainly people are suffering greatly with the loss of economy. And, you know, in Cantera's projects, they do build economy in. Most of their sustainable development work do have an economic, local economic basis to them, which I think does help build resilience. And partly because they haven't been able to trust and connect with their governments, and, you know, the kinds of economic infrastructure they've been left behind. So they have to create that for themselves through their sustainability projects. I hope that answers your question.
I think it's stuck again.
Yeah, it's stuck.
I think so too. I hope
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah. We can
Okay.
we can hear you first.
Yes, we've been changing devices. I think I don't know how many, you know, like the devices that we've changed. I've been changing devices, and yeah, so I'm definitely trying to sort of like make sense of this disruption as well. I'm trying to be resilient myself, adapting to the changes. And so we have another question that I think this is also important. because I think in the end we always feel like, you know, and Butita has already also responded by typing on the answer box, but perhaps hello. Okay. All right. So this is the second question that we would like to, I think, ask just the comment from Professor Lin that hasn't given the answer on the answer box. That is, if no one cares about, if one cares about the environment, Earth, and humanity, what significance does a small artist, creator, or entrepreneur have against the big money-hungry capitalistic corporation? That is a question from one of our students here who is also very critical in thinking about the oppressive sort of like power behind, you know, everything behind the reality of the world. If
Well,
you would like to give comments on that.
yeah, I would love to. I have found that art can be very subversive. It's subversive and dangerous. And, you know, I can tell you that when I was traveling back and forth to Nicaragua during the political crisis, I know that I had to be very careful. I had, you know, again, it wasn't this romantic idea of art. It was, there is a political subversive reality, and governments know that, and the big corporations know that. So I guess my answer is, it's worth, if you're interested in this topic, it's worth exploring the subversive nature of art and the various ways in which you can interrupt and disrupt and subvert systems, and do so with subtlety, and do so in ways that have impact, and that people know have impact, and that people gravitate toward. I would do some research on that if you're interested in the subject, because I could go on and on about it. But if you're interested in the subject, do some research on some of the kinds of subversive artists that are out there. They're not just operating by themselves in a gallery somewhere. They are working with communities and helping to empower communities. So yeah, no, I think of art as not as a simple thing at all. I think of it as a very powerful tool.
Okay, so I think that's a really good answer, and I think yes, I think we need to be reminded of the hope like that, hopeful sort of like future where we can actually, you know, like in later on. Yeah, I think also Butita has already mentioned in her presentation to sort of like just take a stand and then think about what we can do and then look for some hope. I think a small matter or a sort of like insignificant thing that we think of doing might. I always have like this idea of a butterfly effect, you know, like the kind of like a flutter butterfly can actually create a wave in the ocean. So it might look insignificant and small to us, but actually when it's realized, then probably it gets bigger. And also like this idea of collectivism, it means that we cannot really do anything by ourselves and on our own. We still need, you know, people that we can connect and people we can trust, and then create that relationship and go in and out of each other's life and make the difference.
Ari, if
Okay,
I may,
so yeah, go
well,
ahead, Bo.
yeah, but then I have a good example maybe that happened in about 2010, 2011. That was when the only city forest that Bandung has, which is Babakan Siliwangi or Baksil, then there was a plan of a developer to build multi-stories apartment and restaurant and so on there. But then if that happened, and they already have the permission from the city government then, and if that happened, we don't have the city forest any longer. So if you're only one artist or just a simple a single person who didn't like that, you wouldn't be succeeding in retaining the forest for us. So what we did was we worked together with the local artists who now have the compound around that forest, and then also with many different people, designers, architects, but then also local inhabitants of the area. And the way to protest is not to protest through by shouting in front of the government office, but then by building something that show the government that this is actually what we like, and this is this we can do it ourselves. So this is among the many efforts when we do the so-called urban acupuncture. So if the city is a body of a human being, for example, that it has to be healed in some parts, we have these needles of creativity that we can pin into the part that is ailing. But as long as we do it repeatedly, consistently, uh, and then spreading bit by bit to another area, we hope that the part will heal, and then the whole body will get healthier. But then, of course, with pinnings, there can only be maybe temporary solutions. But this city forest case is the case where we finally won, say, because now the developer already gave back the rights to build to the government, and now the city forest stay a city forest. So that's how we do things. So their teamworks always work.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I remember that year, and also the struggle that as a whole as well, kind of like protesting against development towards like building apartment complex. And yeah, so since the connection is really bad, and this has been like a very interesting, because I'm such an optimistic person, a very interesting, unprecedented sort of like situation. Hello. So yeah, so if you have any more questions, then please put it in the chat, and then we'll deliver it to you how we can. So I'm gonna wrap up this um, session, this very interesting plenary session, and with also case study, ICON-ARCCADE, that is the case study of community resilience. I have people here beside me trying to sort of like adapt with everything that we have. Right now, I'm connected into a device system, the system that the city has created, or maybe the community in the city has created. That's from Butita's sort of like point of view, and how the system is actually changing, trying to change the status quo of the top-down approach, making it a more, perhaps in my own word, democratic, where the grassroots movement meets with the top-down sort of like effort as well. Which in your in Butita's case study, that is sort of like the community initiatives meeting with the policymaker, and also this kind of challenge that Dr. Layla has provoked us with, kind of like thinking about how we can actually disrupt the already sort of established system of making and doing things, and try to kind of like think about how that can be more circular and more sustainable in a way. That is not again the job of one person, but us as a community together, in local, national, regional, or international level. And I'm still very struck with the context, or with the idea of space in between that Professor Lin has mentioned. That perhaps the practice of art and design the practice of sort of like designer and artist doing with the community creates this space in between, and not kind of like, this is my thing and that is your thing, but try to really make a connection, and thinking about a puzzle as well, where, like a puzzle is never in a kind of like a perfect square kind of form. It always has like a sort of like um, not a hole, but like an imperfect shape, just to make it able for the other piece to come in, and then create actually like a finished picture together, not by one single piece. And yeah, and that space in between is a very abstract thought, and I think it will not be it won't be able we won't be able to sort of like implement the space in between as a program, but it definitely can inform how we think as the citizens, as the designers, as artists, in the practice that we try to do to create a resilient community, and a sustainable sort of like city or habitat. Okay, thank you very much for bearing with me and with us as well through thunders and storms, real storms and thunders. And we would love for you to also, to join us again, perhaps next year in any way we can think of later. All right. So warm good night for Professor Lin. Also for our attendees here, participants that have contributed and participating actively. We fortunately, luckily, will have a 1 hour break for lunch, and then we will resume again the conference or the seminar afterwards. So I'm gonna give this back to Sabrina. Thank you very much for having me, and I'll see you again later. Bye bye.
Good night.
Good night, Professor Lin. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Thank you, Butita.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Ms. Ardana, Dr. Dinita, Dr. Leila, and also Professor Lin. And I must apologize on behalf of the committee due to our technical difficulties over here. We're still trying to fix everything, and hopefully by the end of the break, we'll be back on track as usual. So there were so many takeaways that we could learn from the presentations, and one of the most important things that I personally learned is that everything is interlinked and we must be adaptive. So right now we have reached the end of the first session and we will have a break. Our Zoom webinar will remain open, so for attendees who will be taking your lunch breaks, you may leave the webinar and rejoin using the same link you used earlier, or you can also opt to just remain in this room throughout the whole break, but we might be adjusting a few things, so you will be probably seeing a few adjustments that we may be making. This lunch break will last for approximately 1 hour till 12:45. Right now it is exactly 11:46, so exactly 1 hour. So please enjoy your lunch time wherever you are, and rejoin us at 12:45 Western Indonesian time, GMT +7. So thank you, and I'll see you later. Hello, welcome back to the international seminar leading up to the 2021 International Conference on Art, Craft, Culture, and Design, ICON-ARCCADE. I hope everyone is re-energized and ready to tune in to the second session. But before we move into the second session, I would like to remind all the attending that I need you to fill out the attendance form that will be shared through the chat panel. And also after the seminar is over, you will be receiving an email with a survey attached. So you will have to fill in that survey to receive your certificate for today. Now, the second session covers the topic exploration on the role of art and design in reinforcing sustainable development and will be moderated by Prananda L. Malasan. Allow me to read a brief introduction on Dr. Prananda. Prananda L. Malasan, PhD, graduated from Industrial Design Department, Institut Teknologi Bandung in 2011, before completing his PhD from Cultural Anthropology Department, Kanazawa University in 2019. He concentrates on the social studies of craft and design practice, focusing on the topic of everyday activities of craft communities, and has vast numbers of ethnographic research Design Ethnography Lab, Faculty of Arts and Design, Institut Teknologi Bandung. And so, without further ado, we shall begin the second session featuring Professor Masato Fukushima and Dr. Agung Hujatmika. So, Dr. Prananda, the floor is all yours.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for Mbak Sabrina, for such wonderful introductions. And welcome back to all participants in the we enter to the final plenary sessions. We as a committee also apologize for technical problem happened during the first sessions. So after the lunch, I hope you're still awake. So please grab your coffee, bring some sweets and snacks, and prepare your questions. So, and you actually may also to drop some questions on the chat box here anytime during the lecture. So yeah, well, I'm really glad to have an opportunity to be a moderator in this really exciting session with all of you, despite this, unprecedented situations has struck in these days. Anyway, so in these final sessions, we're gonna address the topic of exploring the role of arts and design in reinforcing sustainable creative economy, which we try to rethink and recontextualize the role of arts and design practice to respond with broader issues, especially in responding to the issues of sustainability and its relations to the issues of community and environment. So I believe today's topic in these sessions will give some rich insights to all of us and provides us a different perspective from of course, the first session that we had this morning. So to address this issue here at the final sessions, I'm really happy to have two wonderful panelists from Japan and Indonesia. So let me greet our first speaker, Professor Fukushima, or Fukushima Sensei. Can you hear me? Okay, so welcome to virtual room. And how are you today?
Yeah,
great.
panas.
Panas ya.
Sini panas ya, panas sangat.
Okay, he can speak Indonesian though. Yeah. Okay, so terima kasih Pak Fukushima, and also I would like to welcome our second speaker, Dr. Agung. How are you?
Hello, Prananda.
Okay, thank you. I hope both of you are fine and keep healthy during this interesting time. So, well, we are supposed to meet each other with all audiences here also. So, so today we will have first presentations from Professor Fukushima, who will provide us a new perspective of design from anthropological view. And to end this seminar, we will have Dr. Agung, who will give us different perspective from the discipline of arts, and by providing a specific case study about Isna Sanjaya's work, I guess. So before we start the first presentations, let me briefly introduce the first speaker, Professor Fukushima, or I usually call him Sensei. So he's a professor at the Department of Anthropology, University of Tokyo, who is a very well-known social anthropologist in Japan. And he holds doctoral degree from the University of Tokyo in anthropology. And later on, he continued his study as a visiting scholar at the London School of Economy in 1992 and Centre de la Sociologie des Innovations in Paris, which he was supervised by renowned scholars such as Bruno Latour and Michel Talon, which inspired him to focus on the study of science, technology, and society. So his academic interest ranges from comparative religions to science, technology, and society studies, and also the issues of experimentality from science, such as the laboratory study, politics, and recently the issues of art and design practice. And he published numerous books and journals, including Constructing Value in Biology, which published in the Social Studies of Science, The Experimental Zone of Learning, Mapping the Dynamics of Everyday Experiments in the Journal of Mind, Culture and Activity in 2017. And he also published a book, Factory of Truth, on Contemporary Science in 2017, published by Tokyo University Press. So, well, I'm really, personally feeling nostalgic because Fukushima Sensei was also my supervisor during my doctoral study, which enriched me about study of design from STS perspective. So, which I think this will be a main topic as well for his presentations today. So in any case, today, Fukushima Sensei will address specifically about the changing paradigm of design practice throughout the time and how and what roles might designers have in community, environment issues, and how they should be when collaborating with other disciplines or with other experts. So anyway, I think the slide has already set up by us and by Komite. And yeah, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Professor Fukushima to start your lecture for the first session. So please, Fukushima Sensei. Dozo. Can you unmute? Wait.
Can you hear?
Okay. Yes,
right?
I can hear.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your very kind introduction, Dr. Prananda. My name is Masato Fukushima from the University of Tokyo, and right now I'm talking from my own house in Tokyo, and the weather is very exceptionally hot here. 23 degrees at this moment of time is rather surprising. Anyway, my talk is with the title of Changing Concept of Design, Myth and Reality in Design Practices. And the slide 2 shows the kind of outline of this lecture. And basically, I start from a bit of my research background at first. So I would say in 1983, I visited Java, Indonesia for 2 years as a social anthropologist at the time of Orde Baru to study the religious and political dynamics in the northern part of Java, that is the Pasisiran, the area between Kudus and Pati. I later wrote a book with 3 chapters on Nahdlatul Ulama, Kebatinan, and Gerakan Samin, actually, published, unfortunately, only in Japanese in 2002. So it is a long time after the fieldwork. And then after that, I moved to Thailand in 1988 to study New Buddhist movement, which is called the Tamakayan and Santiasok. And part of this study is now available in English, which is published in 1999. Then, as is introduced by Dr. Prananda, I visited the London School of Economics in 1990s to study cognitive science because I wanted to do something more global than the local anthropology. And then I kept on using my ethnographic method for studying people's activity in the place. So I chose the places like nuclear reactors, mental institutions, and emergency medical center. So that should be, I forget to talk about the slides. So that should be slide 3. So this is about my early days of Southeast Asia. And then slide 4. So this is about my recent study on mental institutions or, the chemical biology lab and so on as an ethnographic method. Then I Since then, I've been working on the dynamics of science and technology in contemporary society. So I observed the dynamics of biology, post-genomics, information science, and space science in society. Actually, I'm also interested in aesthetic aspect of science and technology, so that I have observed the activities of architects, designers, and contemporary artists. So 5. Slide 5, please. Yeah. Through this process, I was acquainted first with Dr. Prananda because his dissertation on the design and STS relationship. And then later, I was lucky to be introduced to Apichaponwela Setakun, that is a very globally well-known film director from Thailand. Actually, I was supposed to have a dialogue even with Garin Nugroho, who is very famous here, on his performance of his Saturn Java in Tokyo. Unfortunately, he canceled every plan of a meeting without my consent and did not even reply to my mail. So saya rasa orangnya agak kurang ajar dan saya letak namanya di dalam blacklistnya. The following talk is the outcome of my observing the few different aspects of the discussion on contemporary design in various fields. Some of the materials here has come from the documents and others from personal observation or private conversations with a couple of designers. So the first thing is about the changing meaning of design concept. Number 6, the concept of design has been widely used in recent years, both in Japan and Indonesia and elsewhere, naturally. Meanwhile, the very term design is an English term that has generated some confusion about what it actually means. For instance, a French designer once told me that in French, the term design in English is used without translation as an adjective like hitam or biru, rather than as a verb bekerja or a noun pekerjaan. So design as an adjective. The French term concevoir, for instance, to hold an idea, may be closer to the original meaning of design in English, but they don't use concevoir. They use the term design as adjective, right? In Japanese, slide 7, in Japanese, the term design once was translated into isho, which means I means intention and sho means shape. And this is still used to distinguish a subdivision in the Department of Architecture. So isho is for architects and other names for structural engineering. Here we can find a kind of a prototype of contrast between architects who design the surface of the buildings and the structural engineers who plan the whole physical structure. This distinction between designers and engineers becomes important later in my talk. The term isho is becoming out of date right now, and now we use the term design directly, so without any sort of translation. So this is the loan word from English. And this design seems to have larger meaning than isho in the past, just like that in English, like urban design, designing a new process in the sense of planning the construction consisted of a long conversation or even conflict between scientists on one side, and the other side is the engineers, that is the rocket engineers. Conflict because scientists wanted to include as many instruments as possible for collecting scientific data from Itokawa, while the rocket engineers worried about its weight. So rocket engineers wanted Hayabusa to be kept slim and efficient so that she can come home safely. Here, no one did care about her outlook or her user-friendliness. Were there any designers coordinating the whole team who had ample knowledge of both astronomy and rocket engineering? The answer is no. 11. Intriguingly, however, there was a designer who wanted to participate in the design process of Hayabusa. That is Shunji Yamanaka, who is a very well-known engineering-minded designer, and he is also well-known for his aesthetically oriented design of artificial legs. So this artificial leg is very cool and at the same time very functional. In his book, he once commented that he would improve Hayabusa's appearance because her popularity was so immense in public. So he thought, Yamanaka thought maybe you can make a kind of better outlook of Hayabusa's. Perhaps Yamanaka might have a better or cooler image of her compared to her present image as simply a collection of the technological requirement. To be honest, however, I don't think that this kind of designer's wish would come true even in the near future because of the long struggle between scientists and engineers to make Hayabusa as such. This is not only the case of Hayabusas, but also true for other types of space instruments. Honestly, I can't imagine this scene where a designer tried to poke his nose into the battlefield between scientists and engineers and say, hey, why don't you change the location of an antenna so that dia kelihatan lebih hebat kan? So I think it's slightly impossible. Right, so 12. Now, let's look at another case where the role of designer is not very visible, namely the case of infrastructure building. Traditional infrastructure like roads, water conduits, gas, and electricity have been designed by civil engineers with their expertise to construct such a massive elements, and the aesthetic elements of such a construct has been vague until very recently. Though infrastructure is often more readily visible in everyday life because it is used daily by the general public, we hardly hear that graduate from the Department of Design doing a work for dams or water conduits. In fact, Japanese historians on urban engineering have minutely examined the aesthetic aspect of such urban infrastructures, both in the West and Japan, and then found that urban engineers often did not care about the outlook of such infrastructures at all. But interestingly, the public has occasionally found aesthetic value in their works, even though these were made without design intention, a bit like Hayabusa's case as well. However, here's the difference. The difference between Hayabusa and infrastructure is that some civil engineers have started to reflect seriously upon the meaning of the appearance of such infrastructures in the context of what is called the urban landscape. They started to criticize their own tendency of pursuing only the economic efficiency for constructing such infrastructure, which they called monofunctional, without considering other aspects like aesthetic value and landscape friendliness. So recent buzzword, that is the landscape urbanism, is sort of fashionable among architects in Europe and North America. And this is probably the outcome of such self-criticism from urban engineers. And the new trend is to build the infrastructure in consideration of its adequacy for the land ecology or landscape. And in some occasions, even artists and designers are even invited to decorate newly built infrastructure by way of improving its appearance in the context of the urban landscape. I would say, however, it is rather questionable if the landscape value of infrastructure is determined only by the designer's aesthetic intention. So one of the interesting points here is the controversy about the utility poles in Japan, because you can see if you visit Japan or maybe in Indonesia, the same case, there are a huge amount of utility poles, electric poles, and these wires everywhere. And because we have the Olympic next year, we should have, because I don't know as to coronavirus, I'm not very sure about this feasibility, but anyway, we have the plan to have our Olympics. And some people thought it is the Japanese landscape is dirty because of these utility poles. So they think they think it is better to eliminate all these utility poles and electric wires that cover almost the entire surface of our country. Interestingly, in response to such critics, some engineers and designers have. I didn't say this, please go back to this slide. The kind of fashionability of this idea. This idea of the image of designers as system coordinators, so to speak.
My case studies here are some artworks and projects that, to a certain extent, do not only emphasize on physical products as final result. The working methods and also the approach of the makers, of the artists, are also somewhat different from what the studio-based artists usually do. Here we also underline how this practice has actually gained an important place in the theoretical discussion, especially in the discipline of art history. So I propose that art history should also become an important knowledge basis in discussing the creative economy. Next slide, please. So I'm going to discuss a number of works by Indonesian avant-garde artists who consciously carry out their practices as a critique of the environmental and ecological degradation problems. In the Western or Euro-American discourse, this kind of practice is often revered as environmental art or eco-art, generally as art that address social and political issues with regards to urban and natural environment. My presentation will not go at length with these various definitions and categorizations, but rather to connect this art practice with the agenda of sustainable development. I will go straight to discuss a number of projects and exhibitions that, in hindsight, have contributed to the agenda of sustainable consumption and production. Here I'm showing you a chart of timeline of exhibition histories that I did in a research with my colleague, Yakobus Arirespati. And this is about the art movements and also exhibitions, projects that happens throughout the 70s and 80s that especially deal with a spirit of resistance. The mainstream art history tends to place environmental art as a continuation of art practice that display the representations of nature, such as paintings of natural landscapes, the beach, the mountains, and all that. And within this framework, we can indeed include the genre of landscape painting, which is popularly known in the early 20th century Indonesia as the Mooi Indie, or the beautiful Indies. However, my starting point is a bit different. I deliberately choose to start with various kinds of art in Indonesia that originate from the influence of this resistance movement that happens throughout the mid-70s and 80s. And throughout the decade, a series of exhibitions and projects that took place in Jakarta, in Bandung, in Jogja, have actually resulted in the revolts against the dominant artistic paradigm. The young artists involved here have experienced some kind of controversies, but they are actually, well, these young artists actually agreed on one thing, that the practice of Indonesian art at that time has experienced a depoliticization. So they form several movements, but of course the most famous one is the Gerakan Seni Rupa Baru, or Indonesian New Art Movement. As a response to the shrinking social themes in art, the Gerakan Seni Rupa Baru artists raise actual problems that occur in society, such as militarism and consumerism, and the materials they use in their works were really different compared to other senior artists, for instance. They use everyday objects, ready-made, assemblage, and installations, which at that time was considered radical and sparked controversies. The late art critic Sanento Yuliman used the term the concreteness to describe this artistic trend. He explained that the concreteness can be seen as a criticism or even rejections to the style of abstract religiosism that was prominent at that time. Next slide, please. One of the group exponents, named FX Harsono, is probably one of the first artists in Indonesia to use the term environmental art. For his project in 1982, he arranged pieces of plywoods along the coast for about 600 meters in Parangtritis, Yogyakarta. Texts and figures showing the information about destruction of tropical forests in Indonesia. It may look a bit too small for you, but I can read it and I translate in English. For instance, it says that can human needs be fulfilled without destroying forests? And the other one is saying every minute 13.6 hectares of tropical forest in Indonesia is wiped out or destroyed. Next slide. In 1985, Harsono again organized an art project called Proses 85 or Proses 85, which involved other young artist fellow from Jogja. In a distance from social reality, these artists consciously employ a working method that resemble community research or maybe journalistic investigation. And now we are talking, we are now close to Fukushima Sensei's point about crossing boundary. They do field observation, fact recording, and also literature study as the important stages in this project. In the Indonesian context at that time, this method was completely new and considered to have deviated from the general norms of artistic creation. The issue raised in this project relates to a type of disease, an actual disease, which was suffered by a number of residents who eat fish from Jakarta Bay. And they found out that this bay was actually contaminated with mercury waste disposed by a multinational company. Next slide. They also bring issue of forest destruction or deforestation. For instance, in this slide on your left-hand side is the work by Harsono, who constructed an installation from used wood. And another artist, Bonyong Muni Adi, moved a giant tree stump from a felling trees in the city area. Meanwhile, another artist, for instance, Gendut Rianto, he worked on a poetry or an elegy actually for a little girl who passed away from the exposure to the poison in the bay. Next slide. And we can go to the next slide. So now I discuss another artist who he was involved in the process 85, but I'm giving you a more extensive explanation about his work. And we are now we are talking about Mulyono, and Mulyono is also an artist who has been really conscious about the importance of method in working with environmental issues. He is known for his concept called art for conscientization or seni rupa penyadaran. And he has done a lot of projects with in collaboration with industrial workers, farmers, fishermen, and marginalized villagers since the late 80s. So after he involved in the Process 85 exhibition. For example, in 1987, he worked on an art project in the village of Brumbun and Gerangan. Next slide, please. Which is a vulnerable residential area in East Java that has a forest land and state plantation. This is a vulnerable area because at any time the government can evict, can get rid of the entire population of the village for their policy reason. And it is not surprising that the lives of the residents there are often haunted by the fear of being, homeless. These two villages, Brumbun and Gerangan, are very remote areas, but they are inhabited by families of fishermen and farmers whose lives are, according to Mulyono, completely deprived. At that time, there was only one public primary school building, namely SD Negeri Ngrejo 4, which consists of 3 classrooms and only 1 teacher room. Mulyono was accepted at that time as a drawing teacher who had to handle the extracurricular arts program at the school. And he actually began his experiments and activities with the children in this school. So they began with, for instance, drawing on the sand instead of doing conventional art practice like drawing on paper. But it's also because at that time it was very difficult to get paper or colored pencils, for instance. And for instance, he told me that to create 3-dimensional works, they use raw materials around the village, such as twigs, straws, and wood. Excuse me. And he admits that his residency actually made him learn a lot about art from children and villagers. And in my interview about his project in these 2 villages, Mulyono recalled how he gave much freedom to the children to do whatever they want. Each activity begins with the process of casual gathering and chatting. They discuss everything from their daily lives to the problems they are facing as residents. And the result of this activity were displayed as joint exhibitions involving children and villagers. And Mulyono's project slowly transformed into a collective action that actually channels the community aspirations about the social change that they aspire. And the project is actually, well, it might remind us of this very Western-centric concept called the relational aesthetic nowadays. But Mulyono is more based on the concept of education and activism. In Mulyono's project, observation and direct engagement with the community on the site or on the field is crucial to reach a real objective picture about the existing realities. Next slide. Now allow me to move to another artist. And this is actually my main case study for this presentation. So throughout the 1990s in Bandung, a number of young artists such as Rahmayani and Tisna Sanjaya also continued this avant-garde spirit or a resistance spirit in their own way of addressing the critical issues. So from here on, I will just focus on some projects by Tisna Sanjaya, who in his 4-decade span of practice has taken a divergent approach in dealing with environmental issues. Aside from working with traditional contemporary artistic media, such as painting, printmaking, performance, installation, he also keeps expanded until now the spectrum of his practice. And he deals a lot also with the populist strategies. Here I kind of approach to deal with politics. Later on, we can see also in his other works. Can we move to the next slide, please? So I have a short clip to show. Before I continue, can you please play the video, please? And I hope the sound is okay too. It should have sound though. Okay, never mind. But I think the image is quite clear. This is about part of his project, which I'm going to tell you about. It's called the instalasi tumbuh, or growing installation. So this is this is actually one of the early projects by Tisna Sanjaya, which deal with the problems of environment. In this project, Tisna has a big ambition, namely to plant 1,000 mahogany or mahoni and melinjo trees in big cities in Indonesia. And these big cities, he only chose cities that during the 90s underwent a major transformation due to the urbanization and industrialization. He was inspired by a tradition of the people in the city in Braunschweig, where he lived while studying in Germany. And he took this, he undertook this project with a group of collaborators also, dancers, literature figures, theater artists, in each city that he visited to plant the seeds. Through a personal metaphor of his marriage, he campaigns for the planting of this tree as a spiritual manifestation of a gratitude. I quote, "Plant any tree in gratitude for the birth of our children, so that this country can grow with an attitude of respecting the process of life. We have to learn from the tree every morning, water it, so that we can learn from the tree a philosophy not to grow hastily," end of quote. This is a quote from 1996. Next slide. Oh yeah, so this is still some documentations from this project, growing installation. Next slide, please. Yeah, we can go through. Next slide. And this is another documentation from 2007. From his long experience working with printmaking, Tisna developed a series of what he called dark works. He uses asphalt, ashes, charcoals, and mud, or traces that carries specific histories along with them. In a series of installation and painting, next slide, please. For instance, Cycle of Ashes, this is one of the series. He assembled and composed visual elements from the materials he collected from different sites, such as the burned bookstore, which we saw in the previous slide, or traditional market. He associates the process of collecting ashes, remnants, and residues from these tragic incidents with a pilgrimage. He paid a homage to the idea of struggle in people's life. In some of his installation, he also juxtaposed the collection of ashes with bottles containing water. Sorry, I can't show this particular piece right now. And these bottles containing water, he actually collect this water from washing other people's food. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is another work from this series, which used the mud from Sidoarjo, an area that had environmental devastation due to the mishandling of the land. So Tisna went there and collect the mud to produce this body print. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, so I tend to see that the basis of Tisna's whole practice is often simplified as socio-political. But here I'll try to argue that the project actually derives from a totality in understanding art and daily life. To greater extent, his inner heart and thoughts, and also his conscious self-positioning as part of the people, have actually been the aspect that play the more dominant role in his creative process. And this reminds me of a concept called Gesamtkunstwerk in German language, which is literally often translated as total work of art, which is a synthesis of comprehensive understanding about forms, about life, and about the arts. But the concept of Gesamtkunstwerk, actually through Tisna's practice in particular, becomes more expansive. It's even stronger and resonant because of his totality in viewing art and life as one entity. He always believes that art can contribute something to the social change, mainly because of the border between art and life, which to him is really thin or even blurred. So this is a view from a site which actually also his main the main work for the last almost 20 years, I think. And this place is called Cigondewa. This is actually in an industrial area in Bandung. So you see here how the river is color, how the river looks red, and this is actually real red. You know, this is not a computer. You know, this is not edited at all. This is a real photo of the river in the time when Tisna began to research this site. So starting from 2007, he has worked on a specific site-specific project, which actually also deals with the history of his family.
Yeah.
He was triggered by his personal desire to memorize his childhood experience in this village called Cigondewa. We can go to the next slide. These are some views from the village or the area before he built something actually on this very land. He bought a land of 630 square meters in this area, and started to build something since 2007. Next slide, please. So this area used to be a resident village of his great-grandparents' family and ancestors. It used to be a beautiful area that is famous for its good local rice and Islamic social and cultural environment, where he spent part of his happy childhood. And due to rapid industrialization, it has now turned to become a site of, as you see, ecological destruction. The river become highly polluted. The paddy field has turned into a junkyard. The air is contaminated by the industrial smokes and plastic combustions, etc. The social life of the locals has changed due to the arrival of the migrant industrial workers as well. We can go to the next slide. So under Tisna's diligent direction, Cigondewa Cultural Center, this is the name of the cultural center that he built actually. It's also called Imah Budaya Cigondewa or Ibu. Ibu means actually mother in Indonesian language, but Imah Budaya Cigondewa is Cigondewa Cultural House, yeah, literally. Yeah, so it has gradually become a platform that creates new social relations. We can go to the next slide and run through next 2 slides maybe, just to show how the project was built. It has become more than just a site-specific project, since it involves many other aspects that that is only not about working on an art project. Tisna carries out an ordinary activities such as gathering, planting, and mingling with the local people on daily basis, apart from doing his studio activities. So he moved his printmaking studio to this house, or sometimes he also work site-specific installation in this cultural center. He opens the house for different activities for other people. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the early the view of early the phase of the development. Next. So he opens the house for the people to do different activities, from staging traditional performing arts, meetings like regular gatherings, and even meal ritual. Next. Here's a documentation of yes. This is actually a hip hop concert, Sundanese hip hop concert, happening in this cultural center. We can go to the next. Sometimes they do discussions with students, with researchers. Next. And performance art. So this is a view from a performance art festival in the river, which is just behind the house. In many of his activities, Tisna always ascribes messages to the visitors, namely to increase the awareness about the damage of the surrounding environment, either through art activities or informal chats or interaction with the locals. He found out that the loss of the memory or the story about this formerly beautiful area has made the local resident ignorant about what is happening. Next. Tisna would never be bothered if people would hardly identify his project as an art. On the other hand, he is not so determined to get an instant concrete result from this environmental program in Imah Budaya Cigondewa. This is from an interview with him. He has seen the failure of rapid and sudden industrialization in this area. So he's now rather striving for gradual but more human approach towards his goal. To him, this project is still a personal quest that involves deep personal engagement. He still consciously conducts the project as a romantic pilgrimage to the past. Oh.
Secara simbolik, punten orang cenah kumaha ihin dipegang. Kang, awas Kang. Secara simbolik di atas dibongkar. Teman-teman, ini adalah pembongkaran pertama oleh tokoh Indonesia, pejuang, Bang Ihin, Pak Solihin GP. Ini simbol dari pembongkaran kesewenang-wenangan terhadap alam Babakan Siliwangi. Iya, simbol. Ini akan diangkut ke balai kota sana.
Tepat pukul 10 pagi saat massa yang berdatangan semakin banyak dan matahari semakin terik. Kemudian kita semua bergerak keluar area Babakan Siliwangi untuk mencabut pagar seng yang telah berbulan-bulan lalu dilukis oleh berbagai warga Bandung. Seng yang telah digambari itu akan kami bawa ke Balai Kota Bandung dan akhirnya akan kami pamerkan di galeri kita setelah pencabutan seng pertama dilakukan oleh Bapak Solihin GP. Kemudian warga dengan semangat 45 membuka seng yang menempel pada pagar sekeliling Babakan Siliwangi dan dilanjut dengan long march menuju Balai Kota Bandung. Tak urung, aksi ini sempat memacetkan jalanan sekitar.
Okay, I think I can go with the closing. So although Kabayan Yintrek is just one among other versions of Kabayan, I personally find an interesting mix between Tisna Sanjaya's role as Kabayan and Tisna Sanjaya as a contemporary artist who initiated the Cigondewa project. Most stories of Kabayan tell about his being funny, lazy, and as someone who lives in a simple and plain way of life in the village. Even if the story tells about his life in the city, he will still be depicted as a countrified person. And as an imaginary character, Kabayan actually represents Sundanese primordialism. In many stories, Kabayan is often depicted as a foolish man who may misinterpret your statement or the meaning of other people's saying. But at the same time, he can also make other people aware of the real truth. Thank you.
Give him applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Agung. I think it's really intriguing and yeah, I think by putting aside that he wants to raise. And even he, as the latest presentation, he becomes a popular figure as a Kabayan for all of here that really familiar with him. Kabayan is known as a lazy, foolish, and countryman, sort of, to spread the issues to broader public. And I think Tisna Sanjaya's interesting things is how he flexibly enter many realms, from students to even the authority and many people. So I think this current expanding spectrum of art practice that explained before actually has shared a similar topic with Fukushima Sensei about the boundary itself, but in different angle. But I think before we are going to more detailed discussions, we already have invited one guest to briefly give a comment on today's presentations. And I think she will provide some questions for two plenary speakers here. I think Dr. Merina is already here. Yes, okay, so yeah, Dr. Merina is also a lecturer in industrial design program, and he also actually graduated from anthropology department as well. So I think, yeah, please provide some comments or questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Pak Panda and Pak Fukushima, and also Pak Agung. Maybe let me introduce myself first. My name is Merina, and as Prananda told me, I'm actually one of the colleague in ITB. And I was asked to give some comments about the presentation today on this session. But before that, I would like to apologize because I'm working from home, so you might hear a little noises coming from my sons and my family. Well, that's all. And well, first of all, I would like to appreciate the lecture both from Fukushima Sensei and also from Pak Agung. I think it's, what should I say? It's really give us new perspective on seeing design and art, especially these days. And for me personally, myself, as maybe junior lecturer in ITB, we are struggling actually to position our field. In this case is design, and maybe our friends also from art, because we are actually now is living in and growing and developing our field in an educational institution which consists of very diverse field of science and engineering. That's why this is so important, because I think our future, in the future, as Fukushima Sensei, we have to, and maybe we have to cross our boundaries in many ways to build and to develop our field. And then, yeah, maybe that's just for the opening. And I have some comments actually, a little bit specifically, first from the Fukushima Sensei's lecture. At the first parts of the presentation, I found this very interesting for me. Fukushima Sensei said that when Sensei showing the slides where some scenes from the Evangelion, if I'm not mistaken, was shown. Yes, it's very interesting, because I also thought myself when I saw something like that, is it's kind of artistic and yet so messy, but it's nice to see. And then I reflect on my experience in Bandung all of this time. Well, actually a few years ago, our city mayor decided to build one bridge. Hear me? Yes. Sorry, my connection is kind of unstable. So our former city mayor decided to build a bridge as a solution of, at that time, is considered as one of the most annoying problem in the city, the traffic jam. So they built a bridge, like a small bridge, actually not too big. But what's so interesting is they decided to decorate the bridge. One of our famous artists, also from ITB, was become the artist who decorate the bridge. And the work was just so fantastic, so much details, and I think that there's so much effort in that. And I just wonder, reflecting to your lectures, I just wonder if at that time was the engineer thought that their design was not beautiful enough, so they need to like decorate it with some artworks, something like that. Well, that's just what I think about the bridge. And then you also mentioned about the boundary works, and I think it's just very what should I say? It's very emerging issues that that us as the junior academician now is facing, because we thought it's time to collaborate with everyone, to collaborate with scientists, with engineers, to the RCIIS Tokyo Design Lab, because well, that's one of laboratories that catch our attention uh, so interesting, and become one of the example of how actually that people from very different field can work together and collaborate and produce something new and innovate and solving problem and so on. But again, I reflect in our case, maybe me personally think that at least in Indonesia, at least in maybe our institution, um, collaboration become one of the, like I said, emerging issues that everyone, let's go collaborate, let's work together, let's solve problem together. We cannot go just one by one, we should go together. But also at the same time, it is to say more important. And also what our friends or our partner thinks, that I think my opinion more is matter most, and so on. Like we have our own egos, and it's kind of hard to work together and collaborate, even if we have big pictures of this collaboration thing is very hot right now. And yes, I think it's one of the issues that, I don't know, can we really discuss it openly or not? Like, yeah, because it's, if the difference is too sharp, then it may cause like friction, and then we all fail to collaborate, something like that. And then you know, it's also remind me that you say that it's easier to go from engineering to design than the otherwise from design to engineering. And yeah, maybe that's right, because I saw what my friends learn in engineering and science, and it's so hard, and I couldn't catch up in this stage of my life. I couldn't understand that because it's so hard, but they understand that like 10 years ago already, like that. And then one last thing about Fukushima Sensei's lecture. It's very interesting that you said, you know, janji indah designers, like yeah, it looks very, very, very promising in the future that the community design is like very ideal, ideal concept of design, science of design maybe, but at the same time it's really hard, and it's really hard to achieve. And I think it's become our challenge, our biggest challenge right now. And I also think that if we all can collaborate together and solve the most complicated problems on earth, that would be wonderful. But as I said, you know, there are so many issues, then we crossing our boundaries and try to collaborate. Okay, maybe that's all. I'm sorry, I kind of hard to concentrate because of the activities at my home. So sorry. And also from the lecture from Pak Agung. Well, actually, the activities of our artist colleagues, for example, Patisna and so on, is very, very familiar for me to hear. And it's kind of always nice to hear that stories of what they do. Especially you spotlight the work of Patisna Sanjaya, and I never paid really enough attention on the details of the work of Patisna, and then I now today I can see that wow, I think it took so much bravery to be able to bring out the expression or the critics of the artist to the public. I mean, you really have you did go there to the community and say out loud uh, uh, well, we all see how the artist works and show and express the ideas and the feelings, but one we couldn't really see is the response or the reaction of the people. For example, in Cigondewa, the institution that was built around that time, how is it changed the condition or the yeah, the condition of the people in Cigondewa, for example. Well, I think this leads to one question. Well, this is one big question. Maybe I would like to Fukushima Sensei and Pak Agung to help me elaborate with this question. Well, you know, the concept of design and art research for the community is actually really impressive, and I think it's the future of one of the future of design and art. And the however, to be considered as achievement in the scientific fields, because I'm sorry, because I am now working in a university, and they should count our achievement very specifically, especially, you know, in the context of our educational institution. It is often valued by a very specific parameter. For instance, the research results should be indexed in scientific publication. And then I just wonder, is there any means to consider whether design and art research is reckoned as well implemented in the community from the scientific perspective? Because I think because community maybe is our future too. Okay, Pak Panda, I think that's all that I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Bu Mei, for the comments. And I think we can just quickly passing to Fukushima Sensei or Pak Agung.
Yeah, but there are 4 questions, right? So how shall I? Do I have to answer from 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of order, or shall I arrange it?
We can start from Fukushima Sensei.
Yeah, but the problem is that because there are so many different questions here, So what would be the, shall I start from the question one as to the decorated bridge kind of question, right? So this is a very interesting question because when, urban engineers try to, make improvement about the infrastructure, they try to decorate it with the help of artists or designers. But the problem is that for whom they are doing the job. The point is, it is for the society or for the audience, for the inhabitants, right? And there has been very little study about how the audience or how the inhabitants of the city or inhabitants of the village viewing this kind of infrastructural object. There's not much study about that. So this is why I started to my own review on what I call the infrastructural aesthetics. And what I found is it is not really depending on the designer's intention where the audience feels a greatness of the infrastructure. Some infrastructure like dam looks very great, even though there's no decoration at all, any color. It's simply an infrastructure, but people feel, it's great. So you don't have to make it a pumpkin or you have to make it like melon, but simply the big structure itself is an art. So this is some very interesting aspect of the contemporary art, probably because some of the earlier contemporary artists like Marcel Duchamp feels that actually industrial object itself is beautiful from the beginning. You don't have to paint this or paint that, but because of the simplicity of the form, the huge size of the form or anything. So this is a very interesting aspect of, how people perceive the infrastructure. And actually there are very few studies on how people feel about the existing infrastructure at all, right? So maybe what we have to start is we have to study both historically and anthropologically or sociologically about how people feel about the environment in urban infrastructure and so on, rather than simply add colors or paint this and paint that. I mean, that would be more interesting for me. So this is my first question, and probably I feel generally that any big structure made of iron looks great, even though there's no color. So that's a technological sublime kind of element of architecture or maybe infrastructure. So that is a kind of a challenge to artists because, even though without artists, we can make a great art, only by civil engineers, right? So that's a kind of a question. I think that's a kind of an open question for the further study, and I think it is very interesting. So this is my first answer. And then as to the second one, as to the design engineering lab, because of the shortage of time, I decided to cut down the elements of my paper as to the description of this design engineering lab in Tokyo University. I think this is a failure. I honestly feel that a kind of collaboration between scientists and designers failed. Why? Because it was at first it was ordered by the institute itself. So the institute itself told all the laboratories to collaborate with this design lab, because this is the first time for Tokyo University to have this kind of design lab, so that every laboratory should collaborate, right? Rather than they want to collaborate. And they tried it for the first 2 or 3 years, and they sort of, okay, I had enough. I did a lot of contribution to the design lab, and so I'd like to withdraw, kind of feeling for the almost all the labs. Why? Because they are not chasing the design thing. Each laboratory has its own purpose. For example, if it is a bioengineering lab, they want to make a kind of a new bioengineering knowledge and technology rather than a kind of a design product based on bioengineering. It is for the design lab, but not really for the bioengineering lab. So this is a problem. This is all the time the problem of collaboration between the design people and the kind of science or engineering people, because the objective is different, right? So I totally agree that this kind of collaboration is very difficult. And generally, the kind of cases where this kind of collaboration succeeded is the case of the, like industrial design, because the objective is basically selling a kind of a product to the market. So then everybody agrees that we have to sell this object to the market, and designers come, engineering is coming into the scene, and so on and so on, and they sort of have a unified kind of objective. But in the case of the design lab, there's no such target, and it was simply told by the top of the institute that you have to collaborate with the design lab. So this never really works. So it depends on what kind of objective we can share among designers and scientists and engineers. So I would say it depends on the objectives, right? Janji Inda, I think the third point is a bit complicated, so I would pass. Maybe I would discuss it later. Then I go to the fourth element, that is the parameters. I understand very well about this problem of parameters, because you have to evaluate your work in the context of science, probably in ITB, I believe, because this is the engineering university. So basically the idea is you have to follow the scientific kind of evaluation system. And that is a very dominant kind of system where you have the design department, which is a small one, right? So you really have to follow the scientific method evaluation. Maybe things might be different if this is the art school. For example, this is the Tokyo Universities of Art kind. There are so many different people, maybe historians or maybe sort of art theorists, philosophers, and so on and so on. And that might be easier for them to be evaluated, because the way of evaluating philosophers and the way of evaluating scientists are so different right now. Now, the problem is science is so strong everywhere, so that scientific method is coming into the scene, even in philosophy and social sciences as well. You can see in the case of the United Kingdom, for instance, now they say publishing a book is equal to publishing a peer-reviewed article. So that means it's just like natural science, that you feel better with the peer-reviewed article rather than publishing a book. So this is why my fellow sociologist in United Kingdom actually publishes only articles rather than books. In Japan, it is not so, because we don't really write papers, but we write books. But it really is a kind of a cultural war between science and non-science, or science and I would say the humanities. And generally speaking, the power of science is getting stronger everywhere. But then you can see a kind of a problem within science, because actually they have the problem within, because you have some works in science that is not related to writing paper. For example, the most important case is in the case of space science longer. Within even science, there is a problem of these fixed parameters, and maybe you can make use of this kind of problems within science, and then trying to convince your colleague that even science has a problem of paper writing. So why don't we, in design school, which are not simply related to writing paper, but also producing a kind of product, or maybe making a human relations. So you have to try to make your own evaluation system, insisting that the writing paper is only one among very different way of evaluation system, right? So this is really the same case with humanities here, social science there, a kind of thing, right? So it is a kind of open question to the future, but you have to make effort to make your own evaluation system, and saying that this is also important for evaluating the tacit, implicit element of society, or implicit element of design, aesthetics, and so on, right? Okay. Point 3 is very important, but probably I would pass to Professor Agon, and later, if we have time, we talk about community things, right? Yeah.
Right. Okay. But I think Fukushima Sensei pointed out a really interesting point, especially related to the questions how design and art research can be, regarded as a scientific. And Fukushima Sensei, I think, raised an important issue, making our own evaluations system. But we face I think challenging system, and I think Dr. Agung, if you have any thought about this, how can we create our design and art research can
he
be
proposes the new system evaluating art, and
because it's
so
really
we're looking forward to hearing.
Yeah, I think it's Dr. Agung, go on.
I agree with the last point from Fukushima Sensei about making our own evaluation system was for this like the this achievement in art and design. I think we have tried in the last 2 years in the school, but I honestly don't really follow the development of this policy. But well, I'm interested with the comments from I mean the questions also about the resistance, which I would like to connect it with previous points from Fukushima Sensei about collaboration. With regards to Pak Tisna, he has had so many like different response to his practice. For the case of Cigondewa Cultural Center, he hasn't been really, rejected by the local people, for instance. And I guess this is also because he can find, what I put, objective or like the natural motive how to work together with the local residents. And this actually might relate to what Fukushima Sensei said about the collaboration, that we really need to find the common ground to collaborate. And also the in Cigondewa was actually his doctoral project. So doctoral thesis for his study in Indonesian Art Institute in Yogyakarta. But he also doesn't mind if the people around don't really consider that project as a kind of art. But in other cases, he had a big resistance, especially with his very politically charged work in 2005 with regards to this installation called A Special Prayer for the Dead, which was actually shown in Venice Biennale and then the installation, this installation was made of bamboo and some natural materials, was placed actually in the sanggar, or like the artist studio near the city forest, which I show you in the last video. It's called the Babakan Siliwangi, and the work was burned by the local city officials, because well, it's also not clear until now whether they burnt it because they consider it trash or like garbage, or they burn it because it has some very sensitive content. with regards to his criticism to the military, history. So I think it's kind of, well, Pak Tisna has been really, well, he's been in this kind of track for a long time, and somehow he managed to really find how to really collaborate and how to work together with different kind of people. For instance, in his current or like this new project he did in Citarum River, he was actually collaborating also with some military officials, which is to me quite interesting. I mean, it's even highly interesting because in the past he was kind of, really critical of this like the military government. But like when I asked about why, what's the intention of doing collaboration with the with these people, he said that
this is why you have to talk about collaboration between the artist and some of the population, right? But generally speaking, in this sense, I feel that the case from Professor Agung is rather specific compared to the industrial design, for instance, because it is very hard to talk about the collaboration between the users and the industrial designers, right? Because they collaborate from the beginning. I am basically industrial designers is for the users. So probably what is very interesting in the case of the industrial design is how to betray the expectation of the users. And probably this is like iPhone kind of thing that, probably, the case of iPhone, iMac kind of thing is not really bottom-up system. So he never really collaborated with the users, but he thought about the future image and put it down to the people, and the people are shocked to see the future. So in this case, we can't talk about the collaboration, right? It is a betrayal in that sense. So maybe this is a very interesting contrast between the collaboration in the case of political art and the betrayal in the case of industrial, designing. So this is my sort of, I would say the term collaboration should be situated in the particular context where the meaning changes very much to each other, right?
Can I respond?
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
great. Sure.
I agree with the point about the difference between art and design in Fukushima Sensei's example, and yeah, but well, more and more, I think, at least since the 90s, especially in the contemporary art practice in the West, for instance, there is a tendency of artists to kind of betray his destiny as an artist, by this. It's actually a very trendy kind of term called relational aesthetics. That an aesthetic experience can only happen through encounter. But what I tried to highlight actually in my presentation, that actually there is kind of this transformation in the way art is working with this issue, especially the environmental issue. For instance, well, I didn't mention the landscape painting, but it should be considered one part of this history. But I start with the avant-garde approach, which actually a reaction toward the depoliticization. So artists start to work with different method, like by maybe adopting or borrowing method in social sciences. I know that some of the artists at that time were really influenced by Paulo Freire about about making the society as the subject of the culture. And later on especially in Mulyono's case, that is actually very obvious that but interestingly, he didn't know at that time that in the West, around the same time, there was also a tendency to, to open up this process of artistic creation by this, concept of relational aesthetic. At that time, he didn't really know. But then, and I actually tried to highlight Pak Tisna because it's kind of the most kind of radical thing of, like, the way he push, boundaries is really radical. And like, he doesn't even like, well, I've been his colleague, and also I was his former students for 6 years at least. And I know exactly the way he kind of, mix things, like, he doesn't really bother about the borders between his art practice and his life, and this is the way that he can approach, or he can deal with the borders, especially in working with environmental issues.
Okay. I think it's really intriguing issues about how collaboration goes on throughout the art and design practices. And I think Dr. Agung also highlighted important point about how Tisna Sanjaya's being as a part of people throughout the process, and Fukushima Sensei also problematized about the word of collaboration itself. But I think it's really related to one question popping up here, like how throughout all case studies, to what extent the importance of cultural aspects, how significant the cultural assets or cultural value in building a sustainable community, such kind of thing. Because I think all of us agree that throughout the case studies explained by Fukushima Sensei Agung, Dr. Agung, all the case study dealt with different people, different communities, and of course different cultures. But I think cultural things are kind of missing throughout this discussion. So I'd like to know, your opinions, from both of you, about to what extent the cultural assets is important throughout this process.
Well, one of the most difficult questions that is to deal with is, a kind of a question which is not really dealt with within the presentation. So that, it is quite true that I never talked about culture, but in a sense, I talked about culture in a different way, because engineers, scientists, designers, artists has a different epistemic culture. So in that sense, what I'm talking about is a cultural differences and collaborations, the difficulty of collaboration, right? But probably the question on culture here is not really this kind of professional culture or epistemic culture, but about kind of Indonesian culture, Balinese, Javanese kind of ethnic culture kind of thing. And that probably comes up in terms of audience, I think, or users, because even though you have to make any industrial object, you have hugely different users, and they have the background of culture, different cultures, so that we actually comes back to the problem of audience, and that is a kind of our dialogue between me and Professor Agung onto as in the case of industrial design versus non-existence of users, or maybe even the non-existence of audiences in the case of the avant-garde art, because avant-garde art can be really a closed system where the supporters are kind of top-ranked critics, university professors, a kind of international market of galleries, but not really to the general people kind. So I generally don't buy recruit kind of relational art kind of thing, because it is a kind of museum thing. You just eat Thai food in the museum and say it is relational art, but we don't care. I mean, we care more about, Van Gogh or, impressionists rather than the recruit or, others. And even in the case of Apichatpong Wirasetakun, I think he has the risk of a kind of elitist aesthetics, because his audience is quite limited in number. So even though some of the critics say Apichapon's work is great, it is only a small portion of the audience, even in Japan. It's only one, theater that can fill the audience every time his work is, performed, and probably less in Thailand. So maybe more in Paris. So basically, I sometimes complain to Mr. Apichapon as to his elitism, as to his avant-garde film, and he said he doesn't care. Well, it's I have a very sort of complicated feeling about this kind of elitism in avant-garde art, and probably industrial design or design at large cannot be a kind of avant-garde design because these things should be open to the general market and sometimes even to the global market compared to the very cutting-edge avant-garde art. So this is a kind of very interesting question back to Professor Agon as to the kind of a limitation of this kind of avant-garde art or avant-garde critics, because they form a very small kind of university here and there, and maybe ITB or University of Indonesia and Gajah Mada, and a very small portion of people say, this is a great art, but the rest of the Indonesians feel, I don't understand, kind of. So that's probably the very serious problem for even the avant-garde art in Indonesia, where probably the audience is quite limited, even compared to the Japanese case. So that is really related to culture thing, because it's a kind of a specific avant-garde culture of the, these artists and how it should be translated into the more general cultural background. So this is, I'm keen to understand.
Yeah, I totally agree with your view about the avant-garde as the elite. I have no objection at all. I mean, some of the
you have to defend them.
Some of the artists in Indonesia, I think, also tend to be like that,
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know why I have to go back to my case study again. With regards to Patisna, it's interesting how the his attitude. I think I said about this several times already. About his attitudes for life and art is kind of blur. Like there's no separation. And then it's also interesting to see how the international audience receive his work. Like he's been already, this project has been, it's been written in journals, in very kind of, scientific journal. And then it's also been shown in different big exhibitions and museum contexts, which also had some good response, I think. You can go back and forth, between these two kind of different poles. But yeah, what about the other artists? I think there are also some changes in some collectives, artist collective in Indonesia, in which they don't really consider themselves as part of the old avant-garde culture, and they tend to, more open to the, to the audience, and as if they are also kind of an artistic unit that also look for quote by quote users, and partly this is actually reflected in Ruang Rupa's activity, and I think in all other collectives as well. A new collectives, especially after '98, that have kind of different direction in working, and the public is always a big part in their projects. And they also, for instance, they don't really separate, or maybe they separate, but they kind of, play with this. They also play with these borders. They they sometimes show as artists in Biennale or big exhibitions in museum, but also in Indonesia, they also organize their own festivals, their own projects as organizers without having to, show their own works in that festival. So it's really crossing also, again, this is also crossing the borders. And in many festivals that they organize, the audience is really big part. It's really their main kind of well, I think they one of their main objective is also to create new audience, not like the old style of art audience that Fukushima Sensei has explained, all these elites, intellectuals, and all that.
Probably I would add, one of the most difficult part of between art and design is really the problem of audience or users, because compared to the subject of technology itself, which is one, users of technology is huge, right? So it is so diverse, and even sociologically, the understanding of how users use technology, how audience feels art, how sort of users use design things, is a very interesting but also very difficult one to understand, because it's not simply a matter of marketing, but also how single people being attached to a particular art but not to the particular design kind of complexity is always there. So the kind of term of culture is very easy to be introduced to understand audience, because you can say, they are Japanese, so they have the Japanese culture, so that they should love this art, but they should hate this kind of design. But this is quite untrue, because this notion of culture usually doesn't work very well for understanding the personal differences of how particular people loves this kind of art, but this kind of design kind of thing. And this probably is the most difficult part of understanding, for example, how the earlier people felt about impressionist work can be perceived by Indonesians at present, whether in Jakarta or in Bandung or Yogyakarta, probably so many different reactions to impressionist or maybe avant-garde art. So I would say this is a very huge problem that can't be easily answered within 3 minutes as to the culture thing, right? This is one of the most exciting part, but probably maybe we have to do the next symposium next year for 3 days, for 3 days,
I agree.
I think
Indeed.
this will be a really interesting topics for the next year symposium.
10-year
So
series of symposium for
kind of thing. Okay, I think really apologies that I think we are already out of meaning of designs that adopted from abroad, and which in recent time community planning as Yamazaki-san example, and he has also questions and criticized the role of designers in recent times through various examples, like from the debate on Hayabusa's image to the story of eliminating electric or utility pole for aesthetic purpose that become controversial, I think, issues, because such messy configurations were actually considered as attractive instrument for commoners. And he questions about this beauty and aesthetic feeling actually comes without the intentions from designers and artists. Another intriguing point is that some designers recently have started to initiate new way of designing. And like as Yamazaki-san case, he dive into the certain community and they attempt to coordinate various activities needed to reinvigorate the dying neighborhood or villages. However, somehow, it is considered problematic in certain aspect because, this may plunge into discipline of design and expanding their field endlessly by realizing and of course challenging the limit of their competence, and in other words go beyond their boundary. And second point that I think interesting is in order to have such mindset, we have to stop from gradually influence our educational institutions that actually naturally breed the designers' capacity and also increasing the adaptive capacity of designers to face like constant changing nature of configuration of actors. Because basically designers, I think, should always collaborate with various disciplines, especially in recent time. Blurring boundaries between these disciplines are common and essential value. And second, we have Dr. Agung, who has shown interesting examples from several examples of art, from art festivals to art project in Indonesia. And particularly, he focuses on the case of Tisna Sanjaya's work, which I think throughout his career, he has focused on broadening art practices to respond with the growing socio-cultural issues. And I think importantly, involving the common people or layperson to involve throughout the process of making process. So I think what interesting point here is that the value of partnership, participating the non-expert throughout the process, I think is the key aspect in order to sustain the value or movement that has been initiated in the first place. And other important aspect is to, I think, being a flexible expert or being flexible artists or designers in a way to know when we have to use particular identity and knowing we can exchange the knowledge with the counterpart or different people from different discipline. I think this is the important way to broaden our perspective in order to expand our field as a research field. So I think that's the last word from me. So I hope I could clearly give some conclusion to today's discussions and can give new insight for the next conference. So again, last but not least, thanks so much for Professor Fukushima and Dr. Agung. It's been a pleasure being with all of you today. Unfortunately, we have lots of questions, but I think the committee will gather all of it and will send these questions to email. Fukushima Sensei and Dr. Agung, if you don't mind, can you answer these questions, or we will send this because we have
to pay for this.
Okay, pay with coffee. Okay. So, right. So all of you have really given us broader perspective on how current art design and craft practice should be, and for sure, some key points brought all of you have shaped and enriched our topics for the next seminar in 2021. So we are hoping to have more Bye, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prananda. Okay, thank you, Dr. Prananda, Professor Masato Shima, and also Dr. Agung Hujatmika for the very sharp insight and also deep discussion today. What amazing second session we had. And I hope this international seminar has given everyone more insights on facing our future. So to close off today's event, I would like to invite Dr. Bintan Titisari, the chairperson of the 2021 ICON-ARCCADE, to convey a few closing remarks for today's event and also give a brief preview for next year's event. So Dr. Bintan, please take it away.
Hi, we are at the end of our seminar. I apologize for the unprecedented technical issues due to the bad weather. However, despite those issues, we are grateful to have had the opportunity to deliver your interesting and insightful presentation by excellent speakers. Let me again express our gratitude to Dr. Dunita Larasati, Dr. Leila Ajarlu, Professor Lin Capitan, Professor Masato Fukushima, and Dr. Agung Hujatnika. Maybe give a bit of applause for them. Okay, I'm sure we have various key takeaways. Hopefully those ideas will help you see the problem of art and design more comprehensively and intrigue you to think about how we as artists, designers, academicians, and practitioners can use art and design as tools to push forward and realize the sustainable development goals. In the first session, we have addressed the topic of sustainable social changes through disruptive design and creative economy. We examined and a creative economy as a way to cities if cities can sustain by bridging the gap between the community initiative and policymakers to overcome disparity and increase inclusivity. We were also challenged to rethink about design system by adopting a new sustainable mental model disrupting the value chain. We took the discussion further, zooming in to the interpersonal level rather than the systemic one. Lastly, we are encouraged to discover the space in between where art and design emerge and creates a harmonious hybridity, reinforcing the community resilience. In the second session that we just had, we have addressed the topic of exploration on the role of art and design in reinforcing sustainable creative economy to explore SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. We learn how the role of designer has evolved from simple to specialized and now to collaborative, opening up new spaces of producing and consuming, as well as urging new practices to emerge. We have also challenged the role of art to become a force of resistance against overproduction and consumption that we are still seeing nowadays. With these key ideas, we are moving forward towards emerging subtopics under the theme of reinforcing creative economy for sustainable development for the second ICON-ARCCADE next year, which are the first is rethinking the role of art, craft, and design for sustainable development goals. And the second is building community resilience